You mean you don't have it, you just have it to organize.
this, right?
I mean,
Their house.
like, I mean, it's but it's like not nice looking, you know. I mean, the feel is not, yeah,
It's like a market. Yeah.
yeah, it's like not proper looking, and you know, it's like yeah, like so many empty rooms and tables that got yeah, I don't know, it's quite last year they put a office space. So nice and comfortable, but it's still crazy. There's no service. It doesn't mean anything.
UK, where we'll talk about grooming and also they will start to do your hair and then take your photograph. Now for those of you who have paid for this, I will give you a free session there. But just you pay for the hairdo and the photography, that's all. You know, hair is for 25, the other is 25. So you have a good photograph for your CV, and then you can upload to CV. Okay? It all comes in one package. Now after this, I'm not going to organize it anymore. So please take advantage. For those of you who have paid here, I'll give you a free session there. Alright? So now my pleasure to introduce Sabrina. I first met Sabrina at the Girls for Girls conference where she taught the young girls how to write CV. She's really very good. And I said, can you come and teach the old girls for old girls? Older girls for older girls? And she agreed. You know, she was at Castle when I met her. Now she's in MISC. So she'll give you a lot of tips how to get jobs, how to use AI for your how to get jobs, how to use AI for your CV, and very, very practical tips. So please listen to all she has to say, and later on the clinic will be conducted there. Alright, so over to you, Sabrina.
Okay. Alright, hi everyone. Hi. Morning everyone. Morning. Alright, how was the session just now that morning? Just now this morning? Nice. Useful? Yes. Alright, so that was the networking part, right? We teach you how to do networking, how to get jobs. Okay, I'm teaching you the practical part. Listen, you know, basic things like how to write resumes, how to go for interviews, the questions that you need to know the answers to. Of course, you can also ask me questions throughout the whole session. Okay, and I will also give you a chance to ask me questions. It's like the mic not on right now. Okay, is it on? Okay. Alright. Then I also share some technological tools that you can use to actually help with your resume, right? And also even with interviewing skills, So later we'll be sharing with you all these tips. Okay. Meanwhile, let me introduce myself. Alright, my name is Sabrina. Like what Miss Pang just introduced me, right? So I'm currently with MIC. MIC is Malaysian International Shipping Corporation, which is under Petronas. Right? Before that, when I met her, I was in Castle. In fact, I just met her last year. So we had a day off late last year, and I was one of the victims also. Alright, so I will be sharing more about that later. Okay, so that I was with Castle last year. Before that, I was with Zalora, Coca-Cola, and all that. Okay? Alright, so I actually now I hardly do training. Once in a while I do trainings like this, but rarely. Nowadays I do more of like talent management, succession planning, learning development, culture engagement, those kind of stuff. Okay, but my background, I started out when I was young. I started out as a trainer, so I've done a lot of training in the past. I've trained more than 300 organizations, Malaysia, Singapore, and a lot of either lectures. I do lectures, trainings, workshops, those kind of things. Right? But now I hardly do it, so I'm a bit rusty. So today I had to perform up to what? I'm sorry. Right. So I would like to make it two-way. Yeah, it's not just about me, but it's also about you guys. Since we don't really have a lot of people here, all right. Maybe I would like you to introduce yourself. All right. That means simple things like your name, right? What's your objective? Maybe previously what did you used to do, and then currently what do you look for? Right? What are you looking for from this workshop, and also what are you looking for in your career? Okay. Maybe let's start with, right? Yes, stand or sit, up to you. Sorry, your name, maybe what you used to do, and what are you looking for out of today and also out of your career. through all this, career breaks and all, that's what we call life. Yeah, we all go through those stages of life. Especially for ladies, yeah, there will be times where you need to take a career break to attend with family and other obligations.
Yeah. So now, after hearing all the story, I feel like wow.
You're not alone, right?
Yes, I'm not alone, and then I'm not too old for that yet because I have submit my CV to a new startup. I find their pace is too fast. I cannot adapt.
No, it's from 2 startups, I understand.
And so it's quite discouraging. So this workshop really can help you release up. That's why.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Razlin. I worked in the corporate sector for about like 11 years. Then I took a break, and then I ran my own business for 6 years. And now I'm sort of like in the break, and I know I can contribute. I still have the capacity and the energy to contribute, maybe not as a fresh grad, but I can still do something. But the purpose why I signed up for this is actually more, what do I put in my resume? It's that I feel I can do everything and nothing, and I have nothing to show. Yeah, so so that is the main objective of coming here, and also I'm sort of happy to know that I'm not the only one in this boat. That a lot of other people are also facing the same thing.
Situation, yeah?
Yeah, and I also feel that because I'm 46 this year, that there seems to be the like ageism. Like I'm too old to do things and yet too young for some things. Yeah.
Above 40s, that's the age range.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one thing, just as you mentioned about, so you mentioned something.
Doing everything and everything.
Okay. Well, one thing about putting your resume, everything. That is what happens when you, of a certain age, you have done so many things in life, right? So, but when you try to put everything in a resume, it seems like you're a jack of all trades, or must have done. And people who read a resume will be like, yeah, right, don't tell me she can really do everything, they might have that perception. So how do you actually focus? Make sure that they pay attention to those things which are important. Okay, so I will be sharing with you today.
Hello, hi. My name is Sarah. I've actually worked in the banking sector for 32 years. I retired, and after that, I went and took a diploma in special education. So I was teaching. I was like coaching 8 until last year. So now currently I'm just doing tuition, just continue to find another job. Thank you.
All right. Hi.
Hi, my name is Azian, and I've been working, I think, minus the last 1 year, between 29 years, for 29 years, and mainly in communications. So last year, I decided to take up a position that is quite different from what I normally do, but yet not too different. It was a 6-month contract, and after that I decided to take a little bit of a career break. Because, you've been working for 29 years.
Yeah,
I'm tired.
yeah.
But I can't seem to make that recovery back into the working force. And that kind of affected my confidence level. Am I good enough? And am I done and dusted? Am I irrelevant? Those kind of things come into your head, and it has actually made me sort of like crawl back into myself. I'm usually quite, go around and talk to people, but as you see from this event, I'm just by myself, and don't know.
Did you get your groove back?
Yes, I did get it back. It just,
I'm sure everybody can relate, right? You know, there'll be a time where you think, like, hey, is this it for me? You know, is this the end of my career? Is there no more future for me?
Yeah.
Right, I'm sure you guys can relate. Okay, good. Thank you for sharing. Pass the mic.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Sophie, and after listening to 20 over years, I don't know how many years, how many page CV, I've got 40 plus years of experience. And I think I know you, Jamil, from SME Corp. Yeah, 2008. I think my memory is still good. When I was still out there.
My apologies, mine is not.
Networking.
Yeah. Anyway, 40 over years of experience, of which 30 plus was in the industry, and the last 12 years was in education. So I was a lecturer for about 12 years, and possibly had to stop my career, possibly not willingly, because of the institution's financial constraints. So, and they took advantage of my retirement age at that time. Yeah. So I said, okay, I will do that, but there's always a blessing, because that's not the end and the doors don't shut. So I went back in 2021. In 2019, I got part-time teaching. So I was still teaching because teaching became my passion. Not realizing that I could teach, you know. So it became my passion for about 10 years then. So I was teaching. Then I got back in 2019. On contract for a year, and then I took a break. Then came pandemic. So when pandemic came, I don't know what to do, because everywhere is closed, and the part-time institute where I was teaching had also they had to wind up. You know, they had to wind up eventually. So I got into insurance, played around a bit with insurance, but no, not sales. That's not me. I'm not the type to. You know, I can't do that. I can't do that, yeah. And my senior was my staff. He was my staff, young and very energetic, and I don't have that drive. You know, I don't have that drive because I already achieved a certain level, so I don't need all that. Then again, I got back to another institution. I got into an institution in research department to kick off the research center. Actually, I'm giving you already my CV. Then 2 years down the road, a year down the road, I realized no, not research. I still want to teach. So I quit. I quit in 2022. That's about almost 2 years now. And again, it's a blessing. I think it's a blessing because that gave me the time to upskill myself. Digital marketing, of which I never bothered all these years. So I attended classes, free classes, online, because at time still online, and everybody was all these speakers were promoting their services, their products. So I just got in and upskilled myself a little bit, and then came in AI. I said, what the hell is this AI? You know. So AI was introduced, if I'm not mistaken, late 2022. I only heard about it mid-2023. So I was like, oh my God, I'm so behind. So I had to catch up. I went to classes, and I have ChatGPT as a tool for me in preparing whatever I'm doing right now. So what I'm doing right now is I've got a lot of free time, so I assist friends where they need me in terms of, like here actually I'm helping Flexi. At the same time, it's also benefiting me to sit in the session. And I'm also on a project for Microsoft, assisting another friend. So that's where the AI comes in. So I'm lucky in that sense, but then I still need to ground myself to something that I really enjoy, which is teaching. So at 67 this year, I'm turning 67, I'm still throwing in CVs. I cannot believe myself. I know my CV is not getting attention. From 7 pages, how do I reduce to 2 pages, which I did? So if the application is to a higher institution, application, I'll throw in my 7-page CV. If it's to corporate sector, just a 2-page. Because I just condense everything. Because nobody's going to read my 7-page CV. You know, like, I think like,
Unless it's a
it's having that difficulty as well, you know. With so many years of experience, how do you reduce without being inclusive of what you have? Thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening to your TED Talk. Okay, next. Thank you. Hi.
Yeah, I'm just here to observe.
Okay.
But person who invited me here is not here. So, okay, so I'm Marina. And the last resume I did was this year, and I hope it will be the last.
Okay, I know there's many iterations of it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so, and why I say it's the last because I hope, like, after I'm done with this job, I will be retired.
Oh, okay.
But I have basically about 20 years working experience.
Still young. Thank you. Right.
Hi everyone, my name is Jess. Okay, my last corporate job was back in 12 years, more than 12 years ago. Then after that, 12 years ago, actually, I managed to find a work from home job. I mean, remote work for an Australian company, which is very lucky enough. I mean, that was 12 years ago, which is very common right now. But I worked there for about 4 years, work from home. Then after that, actually, I focused in my business, and I'm still doing my business, which is in corporate gift supply. So the purpose I'm here today is to explore what, because remote work seems like it's a trending, which we can actually explore ourselves to the US employer. Yeah, so I'm here to learn how and how to equip myself with that. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Nisha. I have 30 years corporate working experience. I had 2 career breaks. The first one, I took a break and then I did something on my own. And then this is my second break. It was 2022 June, so going to be 2 years now. So I took the break because of the work was very, very stressful. And then because I love to bake, so I did baking.
Nice.
And then after that, I did a few more things. And early this year, I did my real estate license, and now I'm doing real estate. But I came just to improve resume. So because I thought I want to do something else. Actually, I'm just attending to observe what option I have, whether I want to continue the real estate or is there anything else for me?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hi.
Okay, my name is Farida Kamis. I have been working just 13 years. Just in my contract last year with Jonas. Currently, I've been studying Power BI and searching for new job.
Oh, nice. Okay. How's the course getting along?
So far, so good, but really technical.
I think one thing about Power BI and all these tools, right? You need practice.
Yeah.
You need that. Do it often, and usually it's on the job, and you pick up faster.
Yeah.
That's the reason. Okay, thank you. Hi.
Good morning. My name is Amin. As a more than 20 over years experience, both in corporate and also in the public sector. I think you mentioned this to the floor earlier on. I think the challenge is that how we put 20 over years of experience from 6 pages to 2 pages.
I know, right?
It's
It's a big challenge, I know.
Yeah, it's a bit challenging. So hopefully that that will spark something that the emotion going. That's for me. I think that's the bottom line. You are very confident that you are able to give a lot more. But I think that's the bottom line for us to tackle, and once that the flow is okay, the flow is open, that's the thing that we provide. I think patience, just a number.
All right, thank you. Hi. Beautiful. Oh, behind you. on.
Hello everyone, my name is Azmi. How do I start?
How young are you?
Okay. Well, a few years to 50. Okay. And my story is over 22 years of working experience. I went through 6 different professions. Well, I started from basically I started well, what kind of jobs that I haven't done? I've done from the low skill jobs, you know, from cuci dapur, you know, from cuci dapur, and then I've been working for 36 hours non-stop installing cabling, wiring, and installing servers in airports. Then what else? Selling door-to-door, customer service, getting door slammed in the face. I lost count how many I experienced that. And believe it or not, this overweight guy was aerobic instructor and personal trainer for 15 years. Then come COVID, all my jobs lost, like overnight. No, we were the ones, you know, during the COVID season, during the MCO, we were the first industry to be asked to shut down and the last industry to reopen. So I feel that this tak boleh jadi ni. I have to do something else, and plus also I feel that our fitness industry, it's okay. I love what I did, but the thing is, you know, the progression I don't see I'm going anywhere. Then I feel that I need to exert more value. Then I helped a friend. He has his company of servicing government hospitals. To be more specific, servicing the, you know, if you go to our hospital kerajaan, right? So definitely at the Ruang Lega there are shops there. So I was one of the guys who, you know, who carry mineral water, cartons of mineral water to the shops. Then from there, I did. Okay, the last one I did before. Okay, let me finish my story. Okay, then then after that job, I was transferred, still the same company, but transferred to another department doing marketing, which is I wrote social media copies for. If you guys know Richiamo Coffee, so I wrote some, but I wrote some social media copies for them, but not the whole Richiamo Coffee. They have 200 plus branches. I only do copies for the Kajang and Semenyi area in Malay, and also I do some product descriptions for consumer gadgets, like, you know, like describe cables, describe printers, describe tempered glass for phones, and 2 months ago I was fired. After doing all that. Now currently there's something interesting that I bump into something interesting, which is AI. Currently I'm teaching myself prompt engineering, how to basically write prompts to make our lives easier. And I found a lot of interesting things. Yeah, and somebody told me 2 years ago. Somebody did told me about this AI thing, which is still stuck in my head until today. AI will not replace us, but we will be replaced with somebody who really knows how to use AI. So that second line really hit me hard. So that's why I decided to, okay, let's try this, let's try, I learned how to do prompts, and hopefully I can help to teach people how to do prompts so that their life and works becomes easier lah. So one of the things that I've been experimenting so far is doing a CV. So how to integrate what we have, that means our qualification, with the job description that is posted. So what are the prompts to integrate that, how to make sure that we can be the top candidate, if you want to apply for this particular job based on that job description the company is writing. So I'm still trying, I'm still learning. If any one of you knows better than me, please share your knowledge. I'm keen to learn. Okay. Thank
But
you.
later when I cover AI, you can share your inputs also lah. Yeah.
We'll try see if it fits. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Lee. All right, thank you all for your introduction. Okay, so basically I just want to get to know my audience who is in the group. Definitely combined years of experience is centuries, not decades, centuries. Right. So yeah, so different from the group that when I met Ms. Fang that time, I was training fresh grads who, they don't really know how to get jobs, how to do interviews and all that. Okay, so but I'll customize the training to you guys, so different groups of people. Alright, okay, let's start, yeah? So I'm going to start from a very basic of resume writing, right? Like what should put inside the resume, what should you not put, what's this for, what's that for, those kind of things, okay? So it's a bit technical at some point. Alright, so general resume tips. Okay, how much time do you think a recruiter will spend on a resume at first glance? That means, okay, if I'm a recruiter, whether in a company or I'm working for recruiters like Michael Page or Hayes, those kind of things, they get hundreds of resume a day. Okay? How much time do you think it would take to look at your resume before they put it on site? Take a guess. How long? 10 seconds? 7 seconds? 10, huh? Everybody? 10 seconds. What do you think? Huh? I don't have a clue. Right? How long do you think? Yes, right, few seconds. So the exact number is actually 6 seconds. Okay? So it's actually not much time, yeah? I believe these statistics because at one point I was doing management trainee hiring. Alright, so we hired the fresh grads, the best of the best, we were from all the universities. Thousands, not hundreds, not thousands of applications. And sometimes I have to go back and continue the work to look at all the resumes. Okay, so maximum I have is like a few seconds, right? And sometimes I'm just late at night, my eyes can't even open. so when I just look, it's like, okay, fit here, don't fit here. Swipe left, swipe right, that kind of thing, right? So yeah, something like that. Right? So it's really 6 seconds, right? You don't have time to look through. So like some you say your resume is 7 pages and all that, people won't look through the whole 7 pages. So let me share a few tips on how to make sure that within that 6 seconds you manage to capture the attention of the recruiters. Okay? Alright, fonts, basic things like fonts. These are the fonts that you can use for your resume. Please do not use these nice fancy fonts. If you want to write poem, love letter, you can use this. Okay, but otherwise please don't use these fonts. Okay? Basic fonts, Times New Roman, Arial, Calibri, those kind of things. Okay? It's easy to read, right? And it doesn't look so much like a love letter. Okay? What about size? Size should be about 10 to 12 points. My preference is about 11 or 12 points. But sometimes you're trying to squeeze everything into 2 pages or 1 page. That's when you try to squeeze it to 10 points. So that it's small enough to squeeze into 1 and 2 pages, but you can still read the fonts. Okay? Right, so my preference for me, personally, is about 11 to 12. Some of the words bolded, some of the words italicized, some of it underlined to make a point. Those important words, especially numbers. Things like, okay, I achieved how many millions of sales. That million bolded, right? To highlight certain points, right? Italicized, underlined. Please don't bold the whole entire resume. Right? Only certain parts, certain headings. Okay? Bullet points, if you want to make a few like skill sets, for example, or a few points, use bullet points. Okay, it's needed. Okay, so this is very basic. All right, colors and layout. I prefer resumes with a bit of color, just to break the monotony. Then trust me, after you see hundreds of resumes, black and white, black and white, black and white, sometimes a splash of color helps. Okay, but don't make it colorful. Don't make it like rainbow. Okay, trust me, I am in HR, right? So I've got my friends who've done an acquisition, colleagues in done acquisition. So I asked them, hey, what is the funniest or the most memorable resume you ever had? So one of my colleagues said, okay, I got this guy applying for quite a senior position, but his whole resume is full of My Little Ponies. I'm kidding. My Little Ponies at the side, decoration, you know. Even the way he writes a cover letter is very whimsical. It's like, the rainbow and the horses, the boat. We were like, are you kidding me? And when he's serious, he's really applying for a senior position. But it's too colorful. But don't do that, okay? Take the job application seriously. Alright, so a bit of color is nice, it breaks the monotony. Clear lines and neat layout, so it's easy for the reader to read, especially when they're feeling sleepy. I mentioned sometimes they bring their work back, they look at their laptop in the middle of the night, hundreds of resumes a day, they're not, you need something to catch their attention. So it helps if it's a neat layout. If it's very difficult to read, the font's too small, the words as paragraphs instead of bullet points, they might not even bother reading, they just put it aside. Okay? They are human also, right? So what appeals to them? What is easier for them to read? Okay, attractive resume, what it does is that it just attracts the attention of the reader for a few extra seconds. So maybe that nice layout, a nice formatted resume will give you more than 6 seconds. That's what you want. You want a bit more time from that to look at your resume. Maybe they might catch something that makes them consider you as a potential candidate. Okay? Attention, yeah. So that's why I say attention. That's what an attractive resume, all this neat layout, bit of color, is just to get a few seconds from them. Okay, this I'm showing you the samples of resume I always receive. Okay, I'm not Malaysian, yeah. I'm Singaporean. I'm based here for more than 10 years already. I worked here for more than 10 years. So all these time people I'm half Malaysian in that sense. Okay, all right. So yeah, I'm pretty used to the place here, but I do some jobs that I did with previously. I do manage Singapore and Malaysia. So when we did campus engagement in Singapore. We work with National University of Singapore, NTU, NUS, those kind of universities, the top universities. Every single graduates who send me their resume has this format. I was like, why? Why everyone has the same format? It's exactly the same. I was like, maybe their lecturer teach them like that. That's why. So imagine receiving hundreds and hundreds of this kind of resume. All black and white, very plain. Yes, it's neat. Yes, I don't deny it's neat, but it's quite plain, isn't it? It's like all like this, alright? So maybe this is the recommended format by the lecturers, yeah? But no, okay, yes. But I find this is a bit old-fashioned. Okay, let me show you. It's still neat, but still able to display. It still attracts attention. Okay, for example, like this. Okay. Okay, not like this, look at this on the side. Alright? Yes, it's still very neat layout. See the words are bulleted and all that, it's still very neat. Okay? But a dash of color, a bit of red. Not very colorful, just a bit of red. And in different categories. So you are able to, this one can fit everything into one page. But to be fair, she's a fresh grad, so she can fit everything into one page. Right? So like this. Okay? So something like this, so you can still read, it's still neat, but at least a dash of color. Okay, this person here is a graphic designer. Of course, it's so colorful and nice. This one is understandable. Looking at the job you're applying for. Okay, if you're applying for something creative, something artistic, then yeah, maybe you can do this kind of design. Okay, but for normal people, if you're applying for office job and all that, try not to use this kind too designer-like. Okay, all these are called an infographic resume. Okay, infographic resume is when you can actually utilize tools to actually make it more infographic. Okay, this is called a timeline. Okay, for older people like me and you who have years and decades of experience, I advise using a timeline. Because I always have people telling me, okay, tell me your whole career history. Wow. And then you can spend a whole day saying that. And sometimes they ask, and then from this year to this year, what do you do? This year to this year, what do you do? Like you guys, I also have career breaks in between. You know, I also take sabbaticals, right? So I find it difficult to explain. So when I have timelines like this, it's easier to see in one glance. Okay, what did I do from here to here, here to here to here, and then I have career break here and this kind of thing. So perhaps it's good if those with decades of experience would have timeline. If you're a fresh grad, don't bother. You don't have timeline, haven't even started the timeline, right? Don't bother. Yeah, but if you're those with experience, just timeline. Okay? Alright, then the words like this, categories like this. Okay, this one here, she's my friend. She has 20 over years of experience. 20 over years, yeah? And she fit everything in one page. It's possible. Okay, it's possible. What she does is, this is just a summary of her career. Right, a summary of career, what she does. Okay, and her skill sets. What she's like at work, what she's like at play. Right? If they want more information, they can always ask her for more information. Okay? Like my resume, I have about 4 pages. First page contains all the information they need. My educational background, my work experience, my skill set, the languages I can speak, my profile, my email address, phone number. That's it. Alright? But if they want more information, like, okay, in this job, what do I do? And then they can go to page 2, page 2, page 3, page 4. But the first page contains all the information they need, like this. If you want glance, you can see. Yeah, take a picture here. Just don't take picture of me, take picture of this. Okay, this one all I got from templates. If you Google it, you always find templates, this kind of thing. This is the kind of formats that you can use, right? But this, I think, I'm using things like Canva and all that, which I'll share with you the website later. Right? So these are some of the examples of the resumes that you can use. This is a bit too designer-like, yeah, but I think maybe she's a tech, right? Technology, right? So sometimes they have this kind of resume. If you feel that all these icons and all that is too childish, too colorful, then this kind of resume will also do. Right, just words. Okay, but a dash of color, is it? It's not even a lot of color, it's just one color. Right? And it looks very refreshing. Oh, this one too colorful. This one too dark. Okay, frankly, when you're reading at night and it's too dark, you don't really bother to read. See, the words can't really see. Difficult, right? Don't try not to. Try to have a white background. It's easier to read. Okay? This one I didn't do using Microsoft Word or anything like that. I actually used this infographic creator. So they have like resume. I wouldn't suggest for you to do this. This is more for like maybe poster, some infographic you want to put in the newspaper or something like that. Yeah, then maybe you use this. It's not for resume. Nice to see like, numbers and all that, right? But it's not recommended, like I say. But there are some people who send this kind of resumes. Maybe the younger ones, Okay, this one also is okay, but a bit too much graphic, Okay, so sometimes you see, right, like this. What is all this? These are called dots and bars. Dots or bars. Okay, where do you use dots and bars? Sometimes you want to indicate your IT knowledge. How good is your knowledge proficiency? Then use this one. Alright? To indicate how good are you with this software. Okay? Again, it's subjective. Alright, some people I see, languages, they put English, wow, full bar. Okay, but then I see spelling error. Okay, so this happens, yeah? So yeah, so it's subjective, it's really up to you. Okay, but you ask yourself, be honest, don't always answer everything full bar. Right? And then it makes me doubt also as a recruiter, I would look and say, sure or not, this person is so perfect. You know? I ask. I do look into it, but I take it with a pinch of salt. I don't look at this more, I look at this more. Right, okay, what are your skill sets here? Rather than what's your knowledge like. Because I say it's subjective. IT, you can prove it with a cert, if you have a cert, advanced cert, in this, yes. But certain skill set, like for me, HR, talent management, how do you actually gauge? Is it? So it's really about the own person's honesty. How do they see themselves as? Okay. All right. IT knowledge, usually 1 dot for beginner, and 5 dots for expert level, like this. Okay. For languages, all right, then the longer the bar, the more fluent they are, right? It's nice to put dots and bars. It's easy to gauge. I mean, in one glance, I can see what's your skill set, how much is your skill sets. It's easy to read, but you have to remember this thing called ATS. ATS is applicant tracking system, yes. So that means a lot of big companies, their recruiter do not go through every single resume. They put it through the machine. All right. Roughly, when you email, straight away go through the machine will filter out. I'm not sure about Shell. Generally, most big companies have, right? But smaller companies usually don't. Okay. Smaller, medium size. But some big companies I've been with also don't have. That means the recruiter still looking through. Okay. So yeah, I would say when you use infographic resume like this, a graphic, the ATS system does not pick up the picture. They only pick up words. So what you do is that you need to type out the words too. Okay, so later I will share with you how to do it in Microsoft Word, for example, right? So that they are able to pick up the words. Okay, so even though it's infographic like this, but they are still able to pick up the words. Okay. When you do this kind of things, I suggest if you have less than 3, don't bother putting. Like for example, this one, right? Ruby programming languages has 2, then don't bother putting one. 3 and above, then you put. Right? Out of 5, 3 and above, then you put. Okay? Because if your proficiency is not much, then don't bother putting. Okay? Alright, so yeah, the word should be typed so that the ATS will still pick it up. So later I'll show you how to do that. Okay, tables. This is tables. So if you use Microsoft Word to create your resume, all right? If you know websites, right? When you look at websites, it looks very neat. You open in Internet Explorer, it looks the same. You open in Google Chrome, it looks the same. Because the website's design is by tables. They use tables to actually design it. But you don't see the tables because they take out the lines. So it looks like this. But actually, right? Actually, it's all made out of tables. Okay? So this is how I'll show you how to do that. For example, you use Microsoft Word. Insert tables. Insert tables, right? So I put English here maybe 5. Okay, so this is tables, but then when I remove all the lines, okay, when you remove all the lines, border, don't have any border, no border. See? So then you have a little space on top of it. 1 remove the lines, it doesn't look like a table. Okay, it looks like a bar, right? But actually, it's made out of tables. Okay, so if you use Microsoft Word, you'll still type out the words. If you use the ATS system, right, the applicant tracking system, they will still be able to extract the words. Maybe they won't be able to extract this, but the words they're still able to extract. So that means the ATS system is still able to detect that you have this knowledge, these IT skills, for example. Alright, the only thing they cannot extract is the color of the bars. Okay? Alright. So yeah, so this is how if you're trying to use dots and bars, make sure that the words are not graphic. It's not a picture. The word English, the word Bahasa is not a picture. If not, they won't be able to even capture that. Okay? Question? Yeah?
How about using Canva?
Okay, so later I will Canva, then we can see. Yeah, I will share with you Canva. Okay. Alright. Before that, typo, spelling, and grammar, yeah? Please check the spelling. This one is basic lah, but somehow I still see a lot of spelling errors in resumes. Okay? We have a lot of tools. We have tools like Grammarly nowadays, where you can check not only spelling but also grammar. Okay? So to a certain extent, it's free. So use those kind of tools, right? Even Microsoft Word has special and all that. Just make sure that there's no spelling error. If you're gonna type cover letter to this person, make sure the name of the person is not error. There's no spelling error. Very important. I have my friend who's called Grace, and said, hey, some people email to me and say, dear Grave. Dear Miss Grave. Oh my God, such a grave mistake, right? So yeah, small things like that. Check and check and check and check. Okay, very good if you get a person's name wrong. At least a bad impression. Okay. So yeah, Grammarly is a good program. Not only they can check your resume, but they can also check. Sometimes when I'm typing my WhatsApp, so they check spelling. Alright. So be consistent in your grammar. If you start writing in present tense, the whole resume should be in present tense. If you start writing in past tense, the whole resume should be in past tense. Sometimes I see a mix of that. Alright. Some start with present tense, then later become past tense. Yes, some people do like that. What they do is that present job, you put present tense. Past job, you put past tense. But for me, I prefer consistency lah. You know, for me, if I do resume, if I put all past tense, all past tense. All present tense, all present tense. So there's no discrepancy. Okay? But yes, some people do advise that, oh, if you do current job, you do present tense. You do past job, then you do past tense. But it's up to you lah. But for me, I prefer consistency throughout. Okay? If I see inconsistency, sometimes present, sometimes past, sometimes present, sometimes I begin to think that this person is not a consistent person. Okay? And they are quite careless also because they don't check grammar and all that. Okay? So be careful, yeah? Alright, templates. Okay. I mentioned Microsoft Word just now when I did my resume. Microsoft Word has a lot of resume templates. A lot of people didn't know that. So sometimes instead of using Canva and all that, you can use Microsoft Word. Okay? Because Microsoft Word, like I said, the good thing is that it is Microsoft Word. So not only you can save it as PDF, but you're also able to extract all the words here. So what you do is you go to File, New. Okay? Here, you can type resume. Oh, online don't have. Sorry. But here there are a lot of resumes. Okay? So the good thing is you just need to choose the template, you click on it. Then click create. Okay. See, the format is all done and it's all in words. So all you need to do is just type your name. That's all. See picture here, right? The experience here. All you need to do is just click. They have placeholder for you already. You just need to type it. Okay? So like the benefit of using it in Microsoft Word is that you can save it as PDF, and also because like I say it's words. So ATS will be able to extract all the words. The system will be able to extract the words. Okay? So Microsoft Word also has a lot of resumes. Some other options will be, like I mentioned, Canva. Here, let's try Canva. Yeah? Canva has 1,000,001 resumes. And it's also infographic, so modern. Some so nice. Oh, you can't see it. Alright, so you go canva.com, right? Then you type here resume or CV. Okay, you can see here there are a lot of options for resume. See, very nice one like this. Sometimes, you know, for my daughter, she's doing fashion design. So I thought, okay, if I do resume for her, it should be very stylo, right? So I put here, okay, if I want resume in design. Okay, what kind of design? Okay, fashion designer resume. Is it? Oh, so overall. You obviously don't use this kind of resume, yeah? Not professional. Unless you yourself want to be a model, then right, is it? Very creative, right? Like you just want normal office resume. So there's actually resume catered for different kinds of jobs. Resume in communication, for example. Communication infographic. Internship resume. Yeah, the resume expert. Okay, so there's a lot of options here, as you can see here. Alright, so how do you actually use it? Okay, if you want a simple one like this, okay, then click. Alright, some are free, some you have to pay, so you just click customize. It's a bit smaller, so you need it bigger. Then you just type in the words lah. So if you use Canva, yes, they are. ATS is still able to extract the words. Just that the layout will be running. Alright, because they just extract words, right? So sometimes you will see that the word education and then it will mix a bit with the work experience again. It's a bit, it will be running the layout, right? Because if they use the system. But benefits of Canva is it's easy to use, there's a lot of designs you can choose from. The layout is really there, you just need to type. But for me, when it comes to editing, I prefer editing in Microsoft Word rather than Canva. You ask me, I prefer my personal resume is in Microsoft Word, not in Canva. Because after Canva, not so easy to edit. Yeah, this one first page look okay, but if I want other new pages, you know, then it's not the format that I want, you know, and I find it's a lot more editing. So I use Microsoft Word, design from scratch is easier. Okay. Okay, another website that you can go is to use AI. Resume AI. Everything is AI nowadays, huh? Of course, if you pay, you get more plans, huh? You can create free resume or you can view all resume template. Okay, so if you create free resume, you can do this. Click create free resume. Okay. Create new resume. So there was, just now when I first started, right, when I wanted to try this out, when you click create new resume, they actually ask you, do you want a resume or cover letter? Or do you want resignation letter? Those are the three options they give. I was like, okay, weird. Resume. So you click resume, which field or domain? Okay? Yeah, which field or domain? And you choose out which field you want. Or HR, HR. How many years of experience, which level are you looking for? Okay? So if you're looking for senior level or mid-senior level, right? Okay, you can also import your resume from LinkedIn. If you have updated LinkedIn, you can import from there. Or you can import your existing resume, then edit for you. Or you can do from scratch. If you don't have a resume at all, you can do from scratch. All this from AI, right? Of course, you want more, you have to pay, right? As usual, right? But I think the basic one, you don't need to pay. Okay, so this is one area that you can look at, resume AI. You ever explore this? No? You ever explore this website?
So far, we use ChatGPT.
Oh, okay. Right? So ChatGPT is also very useful. Later I will share with you. Alright, so here, yeah. Okay, this is another website you can use. All these links later I will share with you. All the links to the different websites. Okay, all the links to. Alright, pages, number of pages. How many number of pages should you have? Okay, I always say if you're fresh grad, one page enough lah. How much stories can you tell when you're a fresh grad? So one page is enough if you're a fresh grad. Asking you guys to squeeze everything into one page is almost impossible, yeah. Because you guys have so many years of working experience. Okay? So if you have a few years, like maybe less than 10 years, I suggest maximum 2 pages. Okay, if you have less than 10 years. If you have more like me, alright, some of you have 20, 30 years, 40 years or so, then maybe 3 to 4 pages maximum. Maximum 3 to 4 pages. Okay? What is the first page? First page should be like this. In one glance, you are able to see the person working experience, the person's information, profile about the person, skill set, education, that's it. This part don't need to write a lot, so all they need to know is which company you're with, which position, which year to which year. Okay? Like I say, if you're longer, like have a long working experience, you can also have a timeline on the first page. Okay? So first page should be a summary of your whole resume. First page is not about your whole career history, no. If they're interested, that means this is the 6 seconds, yeah? They're talking about 6 seconds, they're looking at this only. If they're interested in what they see here, they will go to the other pages to find out more information. But what attracts that 6 seconds is just the first page, where you have all the information that you need. Okay? Alright, so I mentioned, first page should have this profile. Profile means whatever they read about you, straight away they know what your career, how long you've been working, what are you like. Summary, profile, things like your email address, phone number, all that. Working experience, education, skill set, that's it. Details such as accomplishment, job scope can be in the remaining pages. Right, the whole achievement, your career achievement, all that will be remaining pages. Because when they see what they like what they see here, they will go to the other pages. Okay? So that's what the first page is about. Right? So you can have 3, 4 pages, but the first page should be a summary of it. Try not to have many pages, yeah? I remember maybe 20 years ago, I have this job vacancy, so we advertise. Right, so this person sent me 30, 40 pages resume. I'm not kidding. I was like, oh my god, so many pages. She said online, thank God she said online. So Microsoft Word, you know. So I was like, oh, 30, 40 pages. So I looked through. Wow, she shared with me her university results, year 1, year 2, year 3, her diploma results, her secondary school results, her primary school results. I was like, I asked for a resume, not transcript. She write the result and not say the results all A, B's, you know. So C, D, B, also want to share. But yeah, so someone actually shared like that, so that's why the resume is so long. Alright, so yeah, unnecessary information take out, so you keep it short. Right? Yeah.
Not unnecessary information. So, okay, let's say we have more. Can we hear the question, please?
Yeah?
Can we hear the question?
No.
So for like the summary of the working experience, right? So if we have more years, obviously, well, most probably we will have more, like we work in many companies and many different roles. So is there like a cut-off, like, oh, we only take the past 10 years, or do we put all, will it be enough? That's something.
Generally, I would say share with the last 10 years. But the thing is, it depends person from person. Some people in the 10 years they have changed a lot of jobs. Then that's why they have a lot. So I say cut off dates 10 years. But some people 10 years is the same company. Then you know. For me, I have a customized resume, right? If it's for HR roles, for example, talent management, I will only put those relevant experience related to that role. Then if it's like training kind of roles, then maybe I have a learning and development kind of experience. So it's like I customize the resume, so I don't put every single thing, you know, including the kitchen sink inside the resume. I only put those which is relevant to that job I'm applying for. Especially those of you who have done a lot of jobs, right? You do not want to give the impression that you're jack of all trades, master of none. Okay? You also do not want to give the impression where, like I mentioned just now, the person looking at your resume see, wow, this person look like everything also they can do. Oh, so perfect, everything also they can do. You know, you don't want that impression. So you customize it. Your years of experience, right? Like for example for you, right? You have years of lecturing experience, teaching experience. Then teaching experience will be one resume, like that. And then anything, some other things which is related to the job that you're applying for, you go into one. Okay. Yeah.
But if you customize that, how do you explain the break?
Timeline.
So have the timeline at
Yes.
the top, and then just include the relevant experience for that position.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
The explanation, the expansion of that job scope, the achievement, accomplishment, that is only for those experience which is related to the job you're applying for. But the timeline will explain what you've been doing for the past 20 years. Like for me, just like you guys, I've had career breaks, I have done freelance before, I have opened up businesses before, I've been in F&B before. You know, when I was younger, I know you don't know what you want to do, right? So you try a lot of things, right? And then now I'm in HR. So, but then I don't even bother putting my F&B experience or my business experience, especially if I'm applying for a full-time job. Okay. So the timeline will explain what I've been doing all my life, but the details in the other pages is only those related to the job.
Those who are speaking, you need to record your questions.
I have a question. Most of us here, we have more than 20 years of experience. And I believe, I'm probably speaking myself, I don't know whether you are, but when we do a career break, and then we are going back, we are, I think the nature now, we are going through talent, headhunters, sorry, they probably would, we hardly go straight to the looking at advertisements and so forth, because we felt that that is very much not in detail, what you do. Then when it comes to CV, how do you customize? Because I think talent or headhunters, they probably want to know ABC about yourself, but do we just provide them with few CVs of different relevant experience? Or okay, for example, like in more communication job now, probably put that relevance of that. Talk about corporate planning, that's one. Do we have to have two, or just one shot?
So usually what I have is that I have one resume, because my timeline already reveal what I do, but the explanation is only for those jobs relevant to what I'm looking for. So for example, I'm looking for a certain kind of job, I'll only put those relevant experience there.
That's the one you pass.
Yes. If a good headhunter, they will call you and ask for explanation. They will talk to you and interview you. Oh, okay, so you've been doing this, and then from this date to this date, you're doing this. You know, so they will interview more because they need more information to sell you to the customer, right? So the good headhunter will actually call you. So, but that resume alone is just to, to represent you.
So your bottom line is still maximum 4. That's it. So we
No,
can
not
put,
say maximum 4, but yeah.
I mean,
Right.
looking at, we're trying to get at,
Yes.
I mean, the lowest is possible, but maximum 4.
Yeah.
So I guess the timeline is the one that probably useful
Yes.
for.
They were most good headhunters, right? They will call me, but they will also ask about my timeline. They will say, oh, also you used to run a business before. I said, yeah, I know when I was younger, I kept on trying out, but it doesn't work out, and then I decided to go full time. It was kind of take time, So I'm able to explain myself, why I have career breaks, why I have, I take time off to do business, those kind of things, right? So a good headhunter will actually interview to get more information, because a resume cannot tell everything for you. See? If they want to sell you to their clients, they will need to interview you.
The question is, how do we know that they are good headhunters? No, I mean, talking experience, I'm sure we are revamping our CVs almost constantly. We are trying to do this, and it doesn't write page. Tried and done the version doesn't write page. So I goes back to that confidence level, because that sort of it seems like, hey, for example, it seems like we're not doing enough. But the problem here is the headhunters themselves are unable to engage.
So for me, I realize if I just throw my resume to headhunters, it doesn't work. I build relationship with them all the time. So I have, in case I have one person I know that, or one or two person I worked with previously, so they know me, so I don't have to convince so much. I say, I'm looking out for a job. So if anything, do look for me.
So one of the tips is we need to get to know someone inside.
Yes. So maybe if they used to refer to you to a job, or they used to work with you, contact them again, and say, oh yeah, I'm now looking out. This kind of thing. So rather than you throw Michael Hayes and Michael Page and all Robert Walters, they are not going to know your resume. Sometimes you know you don't get the resume. But if you know the people inside, then I just WhatsApp them. You know, I don't even apply. I just WhatsApp them and say, hey, looking out for a job. How? You know, this guy. Of my friend, I'm referring my friend to this role. You also help them lah. If they ever contact you and say, hey, you got anyone for this role? You also try to help them find, you know, so that helps to score points a bit lah. So in the future, they will also try to help. Yep.
I have a question. Just now you mentioned about ETS, right? So when I write my resume, I went to work, so I send it under PDF. So the ETS can still get that.
PDF then. Last time cannot.
Alright.
Not then. PDF, Word then. Just Word.
Then must our resume have photos? Do I have to put photo? Is that okay?
Later I share with you.
Alright.
Coming to that.
And then you see, my past experience, right? And with the job that I'm trying to seek for, it's not related. So how do you do that on the resume? Like for example, right? I know nothing. Let's say for example, I know nothing about virtual assistants. You know? So how do I customize or how do I write my resume in that sense?
Okay. Whenever it's a change of role that you've never done before, it's difficult if you're coming from outside.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the history to back you up. So if you are currently with a company, I would suggest you do that switch to the other department. For example, if I'm in HR, I want to go to IT. I do it while I'm in the company. It's easier
It's too late. Yeah.
No, it's too late lah.
Yeah.
So, talk to industry people. For example, virtual assistant. Talk. Go to LinkedIn and find those with people who work as virtual assistant. Talk to them and ask them, okay, what is it about? What's the job about? What's the industry about? You know, just talk. Maybe buy them coffee lah. I say, okay lah, I buy you coffee. Can I meet you? You know, this kind of thing. Talk to them and ask them what is the job about. How do you get to this industry? You know, do you have anyone to recommend me to get into this industry? What courses should I take? What should I learn? Those kind of things. The more they talk, the more you learn about the industry, the more convincing you sound. Right? So one day if you say you have an interview for a virtual assistant, then you know what to do.
Can you show the resume later about the timeline because
I will show. I will show my resume also. We've got timeline. Okay. Alright. Next. Okay, objective of resume. It's not very important. A resume does not get you the job. You must understand that it does not get you the job. What it does is it gets you an interview. So a lot of people think, oh, their resume perfect, they can get a job. No. It just gets you an interview, that's it. That 6 seconds just for them to attract their attention, to call you for interview. And then the next job, the next part which I will cover is how to go for interviews, right? So what do you do during the interview gets you the job, right? So if you understand that, you will know what to put inside the resume and what not to put. Okay? Non-important things. Alright, don't put in your resume. If you think it will get you the job, don't put in your resume. Okay, so you just remember that if the purpose of the resume is to get you a job. Alright, so you put yourself in the shoes of the recruiter. They have to look at hundreds of resumes they give. So if you're a recruiter, what would you look for? You ask yourself, what would you look for? What kind of resume will appeal to you? Right? So then you will know roughly, use your instinct to actually decide. It's so important or not? Would the recruiter want to pay attention to it? Right? So yeah, so when you put yourself in their shoes, then you put the necessary things in the resume. Okay? So by understanding it, then you know what. Very important, huh? Okay, detailed resume tips, huh? So I really go part by part. Picture, that's what you ask, right? Your picture or not? If you think it's something that will get you the job, then put it. Yeah? If you're very good looking, very presentable. Yes, go ahead. Put a picture if you want. Okay, but otherwise, no. Okay, because unfortunately, it's the superficial world. The people looking at your resume is human also. Whether it's the recruiter or the hiring manager, they're human. Sometimes you look too good also, they don't like your face, that's it. Say, oh, this one pretty, sure seduce all the men in the office, the one. You don't know what's their bias. Who is looking at your resume? Sometimes they don't like your face for whatever reason. So I always advise, try not to put your picture in your resume because it will induce biasness. Okay? So I mean, sometimes unless they say, put your picture in the resume, okay, but otherwise, right, don't put. Okay? Even I asked my TA friends, my talent acquisition friend recruiter, they said, she know lah, don't put the. I myself are prone to biases, so don't put picture. Because sometimes when they see the picture, they might, for whatever reason, judge you based on how you look. Okay? Alright. If you want to put picture, you really like putting pictures for yourself, go ahead, put picture, but please no selfie. Don't go and selfie like that, okay, then put that in your resume, no. Okay, and please don't use passport photo, so you know how ugly a passport photo is, right? So don't. Okay, I remember that time, again, this was 20 years ago, dial-up time, internet dial-up. It took me half an hour to download one email. Applying job, someone applying job. 1 hour, I sit there waiting to download one email. Wow, this person's resume better be damn good because I wait 1 hour. Okay, fine, I wait. After finish, downloading, I cannot do anything else but wait. Okay, I finish already. I open, I thought, wow, must be very good resume lah. I open the Microsoft Word. What A4 size passport photo of him? A4 size passport photo of him. Handsome, never mind. And then I was like, wow, this person cannot make it. Why? Because he's applying to be a trainer, IT trainer somehow. To teach IT, you don't even have to resize your photo, cannot make it. So I just replied, please send smaller photo next time, Imagine dial-up this, how long it takes to download one picture. So yes, no passport photo, no selfie, a real photo. Okay, so invest a bit, like what? Flexi is saying that invest a bit in a nice photo, right? You're going to help them take photos, right? Invest a bit in a nice photo. Okay, so what you can do is, you can go make over a bit, make up a bit, okay, go for those those kind of professional photos, or you can go to those studios, swap photo. I think about 30 ringgit, okay? How many, 15 minutes or something like that, and then you can take nice photos of you. I use those kind of photos. Okay, nice photo, make sure you smile, you get the camera, neat, everything neat, and invest a bit if you want, if you really want a good photo. Okay? Yes, because it will induce biases. But in case sometimes company need your photo for, I don't know, company employing pass or something, then you can use this kind of photo. Okay? But in your resume, if you don't want to put photo, also okay, better not to put. Okay, I want to ask you, do you recognize who is this? Of who? Of myself I also don't recognize myself, okay? I was like, what? Who is this? I don't know how. But yes, people are doing this nowadays, okay? Yes. Yes, because don't need to wear makeup, don't need to dress up, don't need to go studio, right? So you use apps like this, Momo. Download if you want. Okay? You put any of your picture, or the AI for you. Professional photo, the AI for you. I never know how I look like with curly hair, now I know.
So is this good or not good?
I don't think it looks like me, right? Right? You get it? I don't. Maybe this one, right? I think it's the older version of me. So I would say I won't use this because it's fake. Because I myself don't recognize myself. How do I claim that this is me? Okay? Okay, then we had fun with that, just to try, with me and my friend. So yes, some people actually do that. They don't want to take. You need to spend money to take professional photos, right? They use AI, just like that. But then the result will be very AI. You can see that it's not you. The recently there is photos of you if you're in the 80s, right? And then there's Barbie. There was at one point, Barbie fight yourself. So this kind of app. So there is such a thing, yeah? So if you want, you can use this kind of app to take professional photo. But I don't like it because it doesn't look like me. Oh, I thought you were going to ask a question. So this is me, or a version of me.
The mic.
Yeah, exactly.
A very quick one. If you don't use photo, you know what? If you don't place the photo,
Already.
if you don't use a photo in the resume, what do you put at that corner or at the top?
At the front. There's a lot of things to
It's a bit
put
funny,
here.
No,
there's a lot of things to put in the resume, first page. That's why I don't even have space for photo. Okay, later I'll show you my resume, but before that I'll show you this one. Personal information, what you put on the first page, the personal information part. Okay, what you need to put is What you don't think won't get you the job, don't put. If you think your age won't get you the job, don't put. Some of you are older, right? Maybe you think people will be biased against you because of your age, don't put. No one ever put a gun on your head and say must put in your resume. It's optional what you put in your resume. If you think your race or your nationality won't get you the job, don't put. Like for me personally, I never put I'm not Malaysian. Because I won't even get through the door, maybe through the interview if I put that. But I will come clean when, for example, a recruiter call me, or during the interview, I will come clean and say, okay, by the way, I'm not Malaysian. Because then you have to settle the visa issues, right? But on the resume itself, no, because you just want to get that interview. If you put something that would make them biased against you, you won't even get an interview at all. Okay? Alright, so resume is not a self-declaration form, so you don't have to state every single info about yourself. You can always declare when you fill out the application form. That means you already get the interview. When you go into the interview, the first thing they ask you to do is fill out the application form, right? That one you have to be honest, because it's a signed document. The resume is not a signed document, so you do not have to put every single information about yourself. Okay? You don't need to write unnecessary information. Blood type, important or not? Are you donating blood? So some people put blood type, huh? Height and weight. Are you trying to be a model? Not important, right? Don't put. Date of birth. Exact date of birth also, because that will tell your age. Don't put. ID number, don't put. Because don't forget, I tell you I'm in HR, I can tell you. The resume sometimes go through, people send physical resume, or sometimes we print out the resume. There's no space to store. So when you put something, you just put beside the table, or behind that table there in a box or something like that. It's not locked. Anyone can access your resume. It's a public document. You know? Anyone who passes by can just take and look at your resume. So inside there, if there is your ID, your date of birth, your home address, your phone number, everything is there. There is possibility of people taking, identity theft, doing identity theft, or committing scam against you, because they know all your information. So that's why I say you don't need to be so honest, or all the information in your resume, because sometimes these things you don't know where it goes. People, where do they put your resume? And PDPA also, right? PDPA, the Personal Data Protection Act. So you don't know where your data will fall. Okay, so what do you need? 3 things. First name, last name. Some of us have very long names. Yeah, I don't need to know all the names that you have. Your first name, last name, that's it. Alright, sometimes you don't even need to write your actual full name. It can be what your friends call you by. Alright, maybe you have a Chinese name, but you also have a Christian name. So people call you by your Christian name, they don't know your Chinese name. Just put that and your surname, that's it. Okay? Your contact number, because if not, how are they going to contact you? That should be the first page. Your email address, that's all. Do you need to put the home address? When was the last time people come to your home to deliver letter? Or knock on the door, hey, go interview today. Alright, so don't bother. At most what they will do is to see where you stay. Then that is supposed to biasness. This person stay Seremban, I don't think so long, so they're prone to biasness. Right? So no problem. Just what they need to know, contact you, they will call you or they will email you. That's it. All this information not important. Okay? So the situation.
Question. You said just now use your name that people call you. But sometimes some of these job application, they say to attach your certificates, blah, blah, blah. And your certificates will reflect your actual name, not your nickname. So how does that go?
It's okay.
It's okay?
Because that means you go to the next stage already. They're considering you already. Right? So they call you and say, hey, I need you for interview. Even after the interview, they say, okay, I need all your certs, I need your application, fill out the application form, and then you can be honest and write everything.
No, I mean when they advertise for the job, they ask to submit your resume and additional documents. So usually I do that. When they say additional document, I will submit my certificates as well.
But it's okay, like the name doesn't matter on the resume. The name that everyone calls you by, that's the name that you're comfortable with. Then just put that name.
So that's okay.
That's okay. So even it doesn't match 100% to your cert, it's also okay. But rarely, usually for me, they will just ask to submit resume, not all the certificate and all that. Unless they are considering me for the role already.
Some job has.
Some job has.
Indeed, especially on Indeed. So
especially on what?
especially ads on Indeed.
Oh, Okay. Maybe we'll ask. Okay.
I think I know what you're talking about. Sometimes they ask you to put the additional documents, right? You don't have to put anything. You don't have to. They're not asking you specifically for your certificates or anything. So you don't have to put anything. You don't have to put your certificates or anything. It's not important.
Additional
It's
document, I think they're referring to cover letter.
Yeah.
Cover letter, yeah. Cover letter
But
is
you don't
one.
have to put certificates at all.
But
Only
universities, yes,
not
they
even
do ask.
universities. I mean, if you're working in universities lah. But like she said, when you are called for an interview and move to the next stage, that's only when you give all these
That's
certificates.
Yeah, I understand that, but like some universities, for example, I just applied to Sunway. I need to actually register myself before I can apply for the job, and in that bank they want all the information, so I do have to.
Maybe educational institution is different. Because for me, the only time they ask for my cert is when I nearly get a job again. You know that after I sign the offer letter, hey, can you please email me your cert? Okay, that's it. I feel like it's such a wasted thing. I spent so many years studying. In the end, no one wants to see my cert. Only towards the end, that's it. Okay, so it's like a bit, but I think educational institution, they're more strict. They want to see everything. But resume, they're usually not so strict, like the name and all that. You can take creative liberties with it. As long as the name not like Michael Jackson, Madonna, okay lah, like it's a real human name lah. Okay. Alright, summary and objective. Okay, what's the difference? Summary tells you all about the candidate. Marketing professional with proven experience in planning and coordinating. That means in one paragraph, I can tell this person what experience they have, what they do, maybe their qualification, a bit about themselves, something like that. So that's called a summary. So a good summary should have a description of your experience, education. You can flaunt a bit about your accomplishment, or I'm the winner of this award or something like that, and perhaps a little glimpse into your personality. Some people say, oh, don't write anything personal. But for me, because I want to show my future employers that I'm human, I'm not just a worker. I have another side of me, right? So maybe I write one line about my own personality, right? But the whole chunk of it is all about my career, how many years I've worked and all that. This is called a summary, right? A good summary will have this one paragraph. Don't know how to do? ChatGPT, so many. Huh? What you do? You write there, say, ChatGPT, can you write a profile about me with these keywords? How many years of experience, blah, blah, blah. You just put the bullet points, the keyword, wow, they write a nice profile about you. Not good enough, you say, can you improve more on it? Or they improve further on it? Okay? Last time I used to crack my brain just to write this. Now I realize everything ChatGPT can do. Right? So that's when we use AI to help us. Like I say, AI still need instruction for us. So for me, I don't use AI from scratch. I don't just say, oh, go and write a profile for me. How would the AI know about me? I still need to input about myself into the AI. Then they will be able to produce a really good profile. Okay? Alright, what is objective? Objective is to tell the employer what you want from them. For me, okay, try not to put objective. Right? The focus should be on the employee needs, not what you want from them. So a lot of people like to put objectives like that, to excel in my job, to something, then I was like, of course not you're going to say to excel in your job. You're not going to say, I'm just going to loaf around and sleep on my job. Right? So objective to me is not necessary, not important, because it's a given that everyone who joins this company, they are looking for someone who can contribute to the company's organization goals. Right? So there is no need to actually write the objective of you, or your objective in life, or objective of you working for the company. Okay? So it's better to have a summary instead of an objective. Right? So most people nowadays, they use summary instead of my objective is to do this, also. Okay? Because it's not about you, it's about what you can do for the company. Okay? So yeah, so here will be all your details, your phone number, email and all that. Here will be the profile and your working experience. Okay, working experience. Start from the latest job, not the earliest job. Earliest job, I can tell you, we can reveal your age straight away. Latest job. Yeah, latest job. And then if you have gaps, be prepared to explain. From the timeline alone, they'll be able to tell whether or not you have gaps, right? So be prepared to explain, oh, I took some time off to take care of my kids. I took some time off to take care of my mom who's sick or something like that. Okay? Most of them are human, they should be able to understand. Alright? If they don't understand, it's because they haven't gone through that stage in life. So there will be a time when they will need to take career gaps. Okay? Like for me, I'm different from you guys in a sense. I took my career gap earlier. Right? So earlier, I was working freelance and I stopped working for a while to take care of my kids. And then later, I was working, I stopped taking care of my kids. Then later in my 30s, I start back my career again. So some of you work 30 years, and then you take a career gap, right? That's a medical between. So for me, earlier on I take already. Now I'm busy working. Alright. So work experience should be your list of accomplishment, not your day-to-day job roles. So sometimes when I read the work experience, right, like this. This one, the title, the company, what year to what year, okay. Then all I see here are the job scope. Where you get it from? From your job description. For previous job description, you just put it here. That's not what recruiters look for. Because usually, if it's digital marketing manager, I roughly know what you do. I know what is your job scope. What I'm looking for is actually your accomplishments. What makes you different from the other candidate, right? So I should write as well, how many, what's your achievement rate, digital marketing, what's your sales, what's your turnover, what's your percentage that you achieve, your CTR and all those things. So these are the accomplishments that you should write. If you want to write both, can. Maybe top 3 are the accomplishment, you bolded the 3 accomplishment, below will be the job scope. That's what I do. Because I still want to explain what I do. So yes, I have my accomplishment top 3, then the bottom one will be what I do as a whole. Not day-to-day jobs. Oh, I photocopy paper, I make coffee, no. Not day-to-day jobs. As a whole. Overall, what do you do? I manage the whole team of how many people across the Southeast Asia, for example, like that. Okay? Alright, so job scope is your accomplishment, not your day-to-day. Okay, just highlight the main job scope and the small details, and not the small details. Okay, have a separate section for accomplishment for every job if you have a lot of achievements. I actually have 1 page just for accomplishments, because the others are all job scope, so 1 page just for accomplishments, for all the jobs. Maximum 3 to 5 bullet points per job. I have seen some, one job, 10 bullet points. People won't read. That's why sometimes your resume is wrong, because one job has so many bullet points. Okay? So maximum 3 to 5 bullet points per job. Especially those jobs that's 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I put 1 line. Because I do this, because it's too long ago. Okay? You don't have to even state the month and day, just the year's duration. Because sometimes, after so many years, you ask me 20 years ago, when did I join the company? I don't remember. I roughly remember the year, but I cannot remember which month I joined, which day I joined. So, just put the year, 1993 to 1994, or something like that. Okay? Okay, so I mentioned just now, you don't know how to put the job description. You can use AI for profile, right? Sorry, for profile you can use AI. For job description, there are websites like this, Career Planner or jobdescription.com. Let me show you. Right, career planner like this, right? You go job description. Maybe because you can't remember what the job does, and also maybe you forget and you don't know how to phrase the things that you do every day. Okay, so list of job description. Okay, for example, marketing manager M. So you got machine fixer, machine builder, machinist, manager. So many manager. What manager? Marketing. Super. Media specialist like that. Okay, yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, market research. Different, eh? Okay. Give me another job lah. What job? Accountant. Huh? Oh, there. Nanti dia ada ni, susah bagi. Yeah, that's why lah. Sponsored. There. Then marketing manager, direct marketing manager. Okay. Okay, sorry. Where is the job scope? Let's say don't have the job scope. Okay, let me try again. Let me just try another job. Okay, what?
Virtual assistant.
Lucky don't have that. This one looks like traditional jobs. Virtual assistant. I don't have background.
Is it a must to include JD in the resume?
You what? JD? No, that's the thing. Sometimes some people want to include JD, but they don't know how to describe what they do.
It's a whole long list of JD for every position that you would have held.
That's why I said summarize it. Sometimes I don't even put all my JD. I only put the important ones. Like some ad hoc things, small things, I don't even put it, So that's why I said accomplishment is actually more important than JD. Okay, let me find something advertising, advertising. Space, okay, I've been assistant, simple. Alright, so I'm an assistant here, you see the job description, 1, 2, 3, see how many? 12. Okay, please don't put all 12. Choose those that you find is the one that represents what you do every day. Okay, like maybe this one, 8 executive is blah 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 blah. Analyze unit operating practices or something like that. Okay, for me I just take maximum 3 lah, 3. The rest to me is not so important, I don't even bother putting. I just take 3, but the rest, the most important one are the accomplishment, that's one. Okay, but if you need help, okay, if you cannot find it here, Google it. Because sometimes when they advertise for the position, when they advertise for the position, I'm very sure they have JDs. Okay? Job responsibilities, all this. Okay, you can just Google it. No need to use career planners. Right, but at the end of the day, it's accomplishment, not accomplishment is more important than job description. Okay. Okay. So work experience for experienced people. This is what I mean by timeline. You can have a timeline like this, vertical, or you can have, like mine is horizontal. Okay, so from there you can see that from this year to this year, what were you doing? No need details, no need job description, accomplishment, that will be the other pages. The first page when you do a timeline, job title, which company, which year, that's it. Okay? Alright, so if you have many working experience, use the timeline. Alright, for me, like I say, I have several versions of my resume. If it's for like business development, then I will include all my entrepreneurial business experience. If it's for HR, then I put HR experience, those kind of things. Okay? So when hiring managers ask about the gap, you must be able to explain what you're doing in that period. Okay, so not only, if possible, try to put it in a nice way. Like for example, okay, I took a career gap of 5 years to take care of my children. But in these 5 years, I also take certification in this, I also take a degree part-time or something like that, Show that you are always upgrading even though you have that career break. Show that you're always doing something. Or I was doing part-time business or something like that, right? Because unfortunately, somebody like, sometimes HR can be a bit narrow-minded. They think, oh, career break means you're not doing anything that 5 years. No, actually you're doing a lot of things at 5 years, right? On top of taking care of the children, but you also upgrading, learning and all this, right? So try to spin it in a nice way that 5 years is not in vain. You are using it to upgrade yourself. Okay. Add in another page with details like about accomplishment and job scope. So one resume for all positions usually does not work as well, especially if you're very experienced, because it seems not very targeted, it's very messy, right? You guys have so many years of experience, so many things that you do in life. If you put everything in one resume, it makes it seem like it's messy, you're doing a lot of things. Another thing is it makes it seem that you're not focused. One point you want to run business, one point you want to do this, one point it might give that impression. So you try to focus it, like, okay, this is what I've been doing related to business. This is what I've been doing related to according to the position that you're applying for. Okay, so one size fits all resume is not a good idea. It's best to customize it, tailor make it. Okay, come and share with you my resume, how it looks like. Right, how I do my timeline. Okay, a bit over my resume. Okay, so this is my resume. It used to be red. Red, those bars are red, okay? And then later I realized that a bit too in your face, so I changed it to blue. So I look more calm. Alright, so my name, my profile, my phone number, email address, LinkedIn. LinkedIn address is another one that you can put in. Okay, your LinkedIn link. Career timeline, mine is vertical, mine is horizontal. Okay, I have to cut it because I have 27 years of working experience. Not enough already, so I cut lah. So I start from the year 2000 onwards. Before that, I don't bother including because it's too long ago already, right? So for the countries I work in, every year, this one is Microsoft Word. That's why I can do like this. I can customize myself. If I use Canva, that cannot. So that's why I did it from scratch myself. These are all tables. Right, so in one class, they can see, okay, I took a break here, I took a break there, I was running business here, I was doing there. Right? So this is just a snapshot of my life. So I won't have people saying, oh, so from this time to this time you do what? They're always asking me that. No? So I'm like, okay, I'm not that young, so I have done a lot of things. So it's natural that, I have a lot of things that I do, but this is just to showcase to you what is it, but you should focus only on this, which is related to the job I'm applying for. Okay, my education timeline is here. This will be my qualification, this will be my certs. Right? Some people I know have so many certs, especially those in IT. They have one page just for certs. Okay, I don't have that much and I take only the most important certs. All the small short 2-day course I attend, I don't put it. Alright, so those important certs related to the job I'm applying for, I put in. Skill set, what are my skill sets? Again, to the job that I'm applying for, because I'm applying for HR job. Right? Specifically, talent management, organizational development, so I put here. Languages here. Okay, I use dots and all that. And that's it. One page just give them an overall snapshot of what I do. That's my first page. My second page, a bit here, this is all my accomplishments. I told you I have one page just for accomplishment for all the different jobs. Okay, all the different jobs that I have, whatever awards and all that, I put it here. Especially those of you who work for many years, I'm sure you have a lot of accomplishments. Okay, some people, they tell me, hey, actually, I don't have a lot of accomplishments, I just worked there for a few years. I didn't win any awards. That's the thing. A lot of people think accomplishment means must win award money. No, it's not. It can be simple things like, oh, I got confirmed in 3 months instead of 6 months. That's an accomplishment. Okay? I turn up for work every day. That's not an accomplishment. Please don't write it down as an accomplishment. Okay, what else can be accomplishment? Things like turnover, maybe sales turnover. Right? I managed to hit 3 million of sales consistently for those 6 months. Exceeding 20% of the target, like that, something like that. Alright, so yes, is it? Finish project ahead of time, like 3 months, 2 months ahead of time. That can also be an accomplishment. Then what is the outcome of it? Saving the company how many man hours or how many dollars, those kind of things. right? Yeah, good. Something that you implement help to increase daily sales. That also can be accomplishment. So like that, try to look at it on a macro lens, on a bigger lens. Don't look at it at, I didn't win an award, no award to show off. No, like that, then you will not have any accomplishment. So small things like that, right? You turn around, you start the department from scratch, you turn around the whole department, those kind of things, right? So you write down. Preferably better if you have numbers. Try to quantify your achievements. If you're doing sales, easy. If you're not doing sales, it's a bit difficult. Then you can calculate numbers in terms of man hours, maybe. In terms of number of days, those kind of things. Alright? Number of people.
Cannot hear your question.
Oh yeah, the question. Sorry.
Let's say for example, I have to have like
Logistics,
so,
okay?
I handle everything from
Sorry. Okay, she used
so I handle everything from warehouse until setting up the can that one be an achievement?
Yeah, it can be an achievement. Alright, so it's like handle end to end, from start to finish, explain what is the start, what's the finish, and what's the outcome of it. Okay, like a few of my achievements is that I tend to build the department from scratch. That means when I come in, the department doesn't exist. Then I come in and build the whole department. To me, that's an achievement, so I always highlight it. That I built everything from scratch, something like that. Okay, but that can be an achievement, right? Yeah, try to quantify it. That would be good, right? Or first of something, or first time that you are the first to run this thing, the first to develop this thing, or something like that. Okay. See, I started a business at 19. Imagine that, at 19 years old.
A little bit more about achievement, right? Let's say for example, during your when you work there, you had big effort but no result. Or probably the result is not that encouraging. So do we put that as well?
Okay, give me an example.
Okay, like for example, my last job, I did social media copy for a company, but the response of the it's not that good lah. The response
Because in social media, you can because sometimes they will ask, what is the outcome of it? How many people like it? How many likes do you get? How many? Then they tend to ask this kind of question, right? But if it's something like a project which we put in effort, right? But it's difficult to measure. Then you can put it, but you phrase it in such a way that you are the first to create a project from scratch. That means you build something, okay? But then don't mention the result. Your effort is that, your achievement is that you build something from scratch, alright? Because if you mention something social media related, they will definitely ask you things social media related. Or how many clicks do you get? How many views do you get? How many likes do you get? Those kind of things. How many shares do you get? And then you get, I cannot answer it because it's not that good. See? But if it's a project that does not involve measuring, it's not easily measurable, then you can measure it.
But let's say for example, I write social media copy for cafe. The response is not there, but the cafe has been generating profits. So
Then you must be able to link how your social media posts relate to the profits. Because company make money, profits may not be due to social media, but it can be due to many other things, right? Your dreams will be nice and all that. So if you mention something, you must be able to defend it, right? You cannot mention something, then when they ask further, say, nothing related to it. You cannot say something like that. You cannot say, I don't know, I don't know how to measure or something, or the result wasn't that great. So whatever you put, you must be prepared to defend it. Why is it an accomplishment? Okay? Yeah, well, because people will ask questions. Alright, the other pages will be my because I already have accomplishment, right? So this will be my job scope, the entire job scope of what I do. Right? Like that. Like that, what I do. So I don't do all, if you notice, I only do companies which is related to the job I'm applying for. I don't put all the, I don't know how many companies I work with over the years. Okay? Yeah, so only related ones lah. Because from here they really know that I work for other companies before. Okay, but I don't need to go in detail because I'm not applying for those jobs. I'm not applying for F&B jobs or something. Okay, so that's what I mean by a targeted resume lah. Right, but in one glance, the first page they know everything they need to know about me. Okay, accomplishment is here, and here will be all the details. They want to read, they can read like everyone. They don't want also never mind. Okay, be as long as it attracts attention. Okay. If you have people who are recruiters, ask them to take a look at your resume and say, ask, tips, any feedback on my resume or not? And even I thought I was really very good at, but then I shared my resume with a friend who does user experience. The friend, she does user experience for website, like our website, our app, how's the user experience like? Then she shared with me, oh, your alignment, it's very hard to read actually. The resume should be like that, as a user. I would want it to be like in one glance I can understand how it works. And I was like, wow, I'm so experienced in resume writing as well. But she can give me a different perspective. Because she's giving me a perspective of a user, that is the reader, how it will be like. So I changed the whole thing. Right? So as much as you think your resume is perfect, really, there will be other perspective. Okay? So you need to put yourself in the recruiter shoe, so you need to put yourself in the user shoe and all that.
I believe that the resume that you just shown a few minutes ago, that's a golden standard lah.
No, please don't catch me. It's especially. I mean, okay lah, enough to get me interviews lah, So far, you get me interview, you get me job, so it's good, I would say.
Can we get a copy? Some copy?
Share your resume with me. Are you going to give me a job? Maybe I'll share later. Yeah, later I'll share. I'll get the email address, then I'll share. Okay, so like for me, what happened was that I was laid off from custom last year. A quarter of the company was laid off. One of the most heartbreaking things I had to do, because my job as HR was to lay off people. This was the third round, so I've been laying off people. In the third round, the most heartbreaking thing was not only was I laid off, that is fine with me, but 2/3 of my team was also laid off. So I had like about 12 people, 8 of us were laid off. So I was like, that's the most heartbreaking thing, because you have to lay off your own people, right? I'm okay with being laid off myself, because to me it's like, even if I wasn't laid off, I would lay off myself. Because I couldn't be staying there when my whole team is gone, right? Does that make sense? Right? So yes, so after that happened, I tried my best to help my team to get jobs. I did for them this, resume writing, interviewing skills. I became their referee, I wrote them a letter of reference. We all share contacts, we have a group chat, all share contacts. Oh, this one, this company is hiring, do you want to apply, that kind of thing. We share recruiter contacts, hey, I forward your resume to this recruiter, yeah. So I would say I'm lucky in the sense that I get many interviews, and it's all through connection, it's all through my contacts. I didn't apply for the jobs. Right? Even if I did click like LinkedIn, okay, I try to apply, didn't get a job. But the ones that I got, the interviews I got are all through connection. Okay, so that's why networking connection is very important. Right? So some of them are not even from Hayes or Michael Page, Some of them are those who are laid off like me, my team. And they were like, hey, why aren't you applying for jobs? Come now, I got this position available, you want to try it? Or something like that. I said, okay, you just follow my resume. Like that. So yeah, so connection is very important. Spread the word around, even among your friends or your relatives, and say that I'm looking out. If you have anything, just ping me, right? And like I said, just build the relationship with those people, like recruiters from my page and all that, because they will come to you and say, hey, Sabrina, I have this role, I need to be filled. Compensation benefits manager. Do you have anyone to recommend? Because I'm in this industry, right? They say, yes, I have a friend who's looking. I pass you the resume. So you help them. So when they have positions, so they will come to you. So very important on networking. Okay, education. If you're a fresh grad, not much working experience, education is first. But if you're so senior already, your education was 30 years ago, still good, but maybe at the bottom. You don't need top front, Only top front if you are a fresh grad. Okay? What only put your top 2 highest education. Primary, secondary school, all that not relevant really. Alright, because they are not going to ask which kindergarten you go, which primary school you go, what results you get for SPM. No one is going to ask you that. Okay, so only your top 2 highest education. That's why that 1 page, limited space. Make sure you utilize it. Don't bother putting your grades unless it's impressive. First class, second class, upper, magna, summa cum laude, then you put. Okay, if you got no distinction, you got no cum laude, then don't put lah. Just put bachelor, which uni. Don't even need to put a year sometimes, you know. Alright, so just like that. That means you have the cert, that's it. Okay? You don't have to list out the subjects you took. Right? For example, if let's say I have a degree in business administration, I think recruiters would know what you study in business administration. Usually economics, statistics, accounting is the same. Whether you go in this unit, roughly is about the same. So don't need to put subject, because when you put subject, it makes your resume look very immature, very student-like. Okay, so don't need to put subject. Okay, just degree name, university, maybe the year that you graduate. That's it. Okay?
Education cert must be from physical university, right? But because some of us along the way we take virtual or online
That's
certification.
that's not education, that's certification, right? Education, is it degree, master's, PhD?
I took a mini, so-called mini MBA. So I don't know whether it's
Got university or not?
well, it's called an institute, not university.
Institute. Okay, then just provide the institute then. But that can be also be, if it's not long enough, because okay, like MBA usually got 2 years like that, you know, at least 2 years. So if it's 3 months, then it's not MBA lah, you know, then there will be under certification. Okay? So here, certification. Alright? So certification, sometimes it's more important than education, because like IT, for example. IT, everyone also got Bachelor of Computer Science. But what differentiates you from this IT person is your certs. Okay, so sometimes certification is more important than education, especially for certain industry. Maybe even finance industry, right? Yes, you need the degree, but you also need the certs, the ACCA and all that. Okay? Sometimes they use their certification to leverage to negotiate salary. Right? Like you have your AI cert, the digital marketing cert, can be used to negotiate for salary. I know people who have so many different types of certs, they have to categorize them. Okay, especially IT, oh, I have network security, I have digital marketing, I have AI, I have coding, I have what, so many certs. 1 page just for that, and have to put categories. Okay? For you guys who, I mean, like, if you don't have that much cert, then only right? So, but if you have too many certs, then only mention the one that is related to the field you're applying for. Okay, because sometimes we take so many different certs, but then it's not relevant. Okay, so like for me, you can say I only have 3 certs, but actually I take a lot more certs lah. But I say not relevant, I don't know what to put in. I only put those that is relevant to the job I'm applying for. Okay. Okay, IT knowledge. You don't have to have a list. You don't have to list out, I know Excel, PowerPoint, Word. Just say I know Microsoft Office, that's it. Okay, no need to write, to break it down. I know Outlook, I know Microsoft Word, I know, no need just Microsoft Office. If you have many IT skills, then you can classify it into a programming language, network, security, that kind of thing. Okay? Please don't bother putting outdated skills like COBOL, Pascal. I know some of you know what is this, because you're from the era. COBOL, Pascal, I know HTML. I used Lotus 123 before. You know, so, C++? Okay lah, it sounds good for C++. But really, so like, now people are looking more, you know, the Python, you know, and those kind of skill set like coding. So like, make sure that you put those that don't make you sound so outdated lah. Even if you have the knowledge of it, no one use it anymore. Don't put lah. If I put, people know I'm a dinosaur, so I don't put. Similar to languages, most people in Asia can speak English plus one other Asian language. Okay, maybe in America, usually they only speak English, but in Asia, everyone should be bilingual. It is a given. Alright? If let's say you know how to speak English and Bahasa Malaysian, I won't be impressed because to me, I know everyone can speak Bahasa Malaysia in Malaysia. Okay? But if you put a language that I would never think you know, like German or French, which is not common, there you put. That's very impressive. Remember, what you put in your resume is just to attract attention, is to make it look impressive. Right? So if it is a third language which is unique, then put. Yeah, like for example, clearly some of you are not from Indian ethnicity, but then you can speak Tamil. Oh, it's very impressive.
Even if we are not very proficient in that, let's say, okay, for example, I used to learn Arabic.
Yeah.
So Arabic, but the thing is, I no longer practice Arabic because no one else to practice speaking. So do I put there also?
You can put, but remember the bar?
Yeah.
Yeah. So whether it's long or short lah. So maybe Arabic you put 3 lah. You put 5 lah. You know, so suddenly they test you, then you be like, I don't get answer. See? So yeah. So you want to show off, but don't show off until that point. Yes.
Let's say in the job advertisement, we focus on having English language skills. My voice not loud enough. Sorry.
Bawah, dekat bawah tu
Let's say in the job advertisement, they focus on the language skills. Let's say English. So our resume itself is in English. Do we still need to put the language skills there?
No. Like I say, unless you know a third language which is unique, then you put. But sometimes you might have a TOEFL score, right? So if you have that, then you put. If your score is high lah, score low don't put. don't even mention. Yeah, but if your score is high, put it because sometimes they need to know your level of English, right? I know JobStreet has the English test, right? Where you can take, and then they will put in your profile. So something like that. All right. So I think your resume itself, they will know that you can speak. Okay? And when they interview you, they know whether your English is good or not. But for some job, they need certification. That, for example, English teacher, they need you to have certification. Then yes, you have to mention those things. Or you have to take a test to check your English capability. Okay. At my current job, I took English test, maths test, logic test. I feel like, oh my God, I feel like I'm taking O levels all over again. You know? I'm taking my secondary school exam all over again. But yes, some companies, they ask you to do that. If you have a knowledge of something which is not expected, for example, if you're a business student but you can do coding, wow, very impressive, put it down. Okay, put it as one of your talents. Alright, so if you're an Asian person, you can speak Spanish, put it down. Basically, what attracts attention? Remember, you have 6 seconds. You want what differentiate you from the other candidate, put all these impressive things. Right, like for me, when I did hiring for management trainees, all of them are the same, all of them are fresh grads. So what distinct them from other candidates? The ability like, oh, they're business student but they can do coding, you know? Wow, they do CSR, they are student leaders, those kind of things. Those are the things that attract me to actually shortlist them for the interview. Wow, highly proficient in what?
Let's say, for example, let's say I'm a tutor who knows AI prompt engineering. What is
Not proficient.
Sorry, you know why? If you ask the questions, it cannot record.
Okay. So you.
Do I repeat the question?
I repeat the question.
Okay, my question is, like you put the example that business student who
Okay,
can
code,
code.
yes.
Okay, let me try to put another example. Like for example, like myself, tutor. Let's say I'm a tutor who can do AI prompt engineering. But the thing is, I'm still again not that 100% proficient. So do I still put it?
Okay. Put it like this. If you must be at least 3 and above, 3 out of 5 and above. If less than 3, don't put. Okay? And then when you can put a bar to indicate a proficiency. So if let's say I put here e-learning gamification, I put very low. Right? So someone cannot say that, oh, like I thought you do gamification e-learning? Yes, I do, but not as good, you know? So I can explain to you the concept and everything. Right? I did contribute at it, but I cannot do from scratch. Maybe I cannot do gamification from scratch. I still have to engage external vendor like that. Right? So you put Like that, they cannot fault you, like if your knowledge is not that good. But if you put here 5, and then they ask you, you don't know, then that's on you lah to answer. So make sure you're honest. You must be able to answer whatever you put in the resume. Okay, membership and affiliates, not compulsory to have this category. Like I say, the resume has limited space. Don't put unless you're a member of some notable organization holding a good position. Maybe you're the VP of Rotary Club or something like that. A good position, then put lah, because it's a leadership role, right? Or if the organization you work for is related to the job that you're applying for. So maybe the organization is the subsidiary of that company that you're applying for. Then maybe you can mention. Or if they are the sponsor for that company, for that organization, then you can mention it. Okay, if it's related. Volunteer work, also not compulsory to have this. Okay, but put it if it's related to the job you're applying for. Alright, for me, when it comes to gauging whether the fresh grad is good, I will look at the CSR work they do also. Okay, one, because it shows they care, right? They give back to society. Because it also shows that they're willing to roll up their sleeves and do the dirty work. So roughly, gives me the kind of impression of what kind of candidate are they, and then I'll shortlist them for the interview. Like that. Okay, but not all volunteer work you have to put. Okay, just like membership and affiliation, you only put. If let's say you're just a member, but you don't do any work, don't put. For example, okay, I volunteer at the soup kitchen one time with the company. Company asked me to volunteer, I volunteer lah, one day I go there. I don't put lah in the resume. So, oh, you volunteer at the soup kitchen? Yeah. So how often do you volunteer there? Once, not once a week, once. And then, what position do you hold? Any position in the organization? No. Then don't put lah. Unless you volunteer, regular volunteer, you like every month you go there to teach the poor or something like that. You want to teach the kids or something like that. Then yeah, you can put, right? And what's the difference between volunteer work and okay? What is volunteer work? Volunteer work means you are not a member, but you're doing work for them. Okay. Whereas members, sometimes you are part of the charity organization. Okay, sometimes you're part of the charity organization, you are the chairman or of the organization. I have a candidate who, I have management training last time. He runs a pet shelter, a dog shelter. So he used it 100% to his advantage. Whenever he go for interviews, he will mention it. And he will say, oh, yeah, I work with him, but then I also run a dog shelter, So, wow, he score points like nobody's business. That's why he always gets the job.
How about if you're helping your alma mater? Your former school, your former college?
Yes. But are you holding a position in that alumni?
Volunteer work.
Volunteer work. If you regularly do it, then you can put. Again, there's limited space in your resume. Unless the alma mater is affiliated to the company that you're applying for. Right? But again, you just think about the whole purpose of resume, there's limited space, and the whole purpose is just to get you an interview. If it doesn't give you the interview, then don't bother with it. Okay? You think about it. Put yourself in the shoes of the recruiter. Would this make a difference or not? Okay? Salary, very important. Please don't put this category unless the employer specifically requests for it. Sometimes they say, right, can you put your expected salary? Do you put in your resume? Okay. Don't. Because if you put too high, they see, this one too expensive, throw. Straight away, you don't even get a chance to go for interview. You don't even get a chance to negotiate. Okay? And then if you put the salary too low, you're lowballing yourself. Maybe they're willing to pay 12K. You put yourself 8K. Good lah. Hey, this one 8K only. You get it? So do not shortchange yourself. So don't put salary at all. And again, like I say, PDPA, sometimes people throw around your resume, they'll be able to see your expected salary and all that. So don't put in your resume unless they say. So for me, what I always do is that if they require you to put salary, the resume I send, the salary I will put in the email, my expected salary, but I won't put in the resume itself. I'll put in the email. Okay, and then when you put salary, do not just put a number. Okay, don't put, I want 5,000. No negotiation. No, put a range. I'm looking for something between 4,000 to 6,000. Like that. Okay, so if they ask for it, you put a range so you can negotiate. Okay? Right? So, but preferably don't put at all. If let's say they say, how come your previous salary is 8,000? Why are you asking for 15,000? It's double, you know. How come you're asking for 15,000? You must be able to justify why. So okay, when I first started this job, I only have diploma, or I only have degree. I don't have the relevant qualification, but because I have the experience, they take me for the role. Okay, but then throughout the 8 years I was with the company, I upgrade myself. I took my masters. I got this cert, I got that cert, I got this experience. I climbed a few positions. So now that's why I'm asking for 15,000. You must be able to justify why you're asking for a lot more. What's the market rate for increment? Now in this market,
20%?
Huh? 20%. Yes, 20 to 20%. So that. Okay, you ask, you will tell you say 30% is on the higher end, so more than 20%. Right? Also depends on how long you've been in the previous company. Right? Depends on what extra certs you have with it. You must be able to justify whatever salary you ask for. You must be able to justify. Okay, so later I will talk a bit about salary negotiation. Okay, another part.
I have a question. Let's say, for example, we have been holding before the COVID season, right? Before the MCO, you'll be holding a high position with a good pay. Then suddenly COVID happened, company shut down, lost your job. Then you have to do some kind of lower pay jobs
Just to survive.
just to survive. So then now is things are going back to normal, and you wanna reapply for the job, and so do we use the lower one or the higher one that you had before the MCO?
Okay, so one practice I noticed about Malaysian companies when I first came here, I was like, they ask for payslip, previous payslip, 3 months previous payslip. I was like, got such thing on it, it's like very confidential. Why must I share with everybody? So they gauge your salary based on your previous pay plus 20 to 30% like that. Right? To me, it's not fair because one, I'm sure when they put the advertisement for the job, they really have to pay wage. I'm willing to pay from this range to this range. But they still want to see your previous pay so that they can negotiate with you and give you a lower pay. Like that. So to me, that's an unfair practice. In Western countries, they don't even ask for that because you can even agree not to give your previous pay slip. In fact, they will just take your word for it. They are willing to pay this range to this range, they will pay this range to this range. Right? So but here it's a bit difficult. Okay? So to answer your question, you could not mention that you have that job in between with that lower salary. With that, they will base it on your previous salary, which is higher. Because that lower salary is the job you take just to survive, right? And some people do Grab in between, right? Yeah, then the salary is different from the previous salary, so that's not fair. So don't mention that. Just use that.
Then if you don't mention that, the recruiter will pose a big question. What have you been doing all over the years?
I say I've been doing part-time job here and there. But then you said, well, it's not fair to judge me based on the part-time jobs that I do because I do these part-time jobs to survive. It's not actual. Based on my qualification and my years of experience, you should be paying me on what my previous relevant role would be. So that you have to justify. Timeline. Right?
So you can still use your previous job that you had.
Yes. You can still use your previous job. Yeah. So if I keep your basic, you can still use your previous job. So that because that is the most relevant job. Okay. But yeah, I think it's unfair practice to ask for basic. Even though I'm from HR, I think it's not fair to ask. Sorry, reference. Do you put reference in resume? Don't put. They will ask for your reference when they will hire you. When they want to hire you, they say, "Can you give me 2 or 3 names so I can call for reference?" Okay, then you give, right? Do not even need to put that line in the resume. Reference will be furnished upon request. It's a given. You ask, I will give. It's a given. And they will only ask for reference when they're very sure they're hiring you. They want to do a background check on you. That's the only time. Okay, so don't put why. A lot of reasons. One, you put your referee's information in your resume. You're doing them a disservice because I told you your resume got champak everywhere. You know. But later, people will see your reference phone number and all that, then bother them, you know, or sell the information. So your referee is nice enough to become your referee. So please do not put them in that situation. Okay? Alright. Sometimes they might ask for one character reference or one work reference. Sometimes they might ask for one boss, one subordinate. Sometimes they might ask for only bosses. Yeah, okay, so it's good to have a group of people who can be a referee, right? But please only find those who will put in a good word for you. Okay, don't suddenly recall, then they say, oh, this person, don't hire. Very bad. Find those people you know who put in a good word for you, and you go and tell that person, inform them in advance, say, hey, I put you as a referee, so if this person call you, it's because it's for my reference. Please put in a good word for me. Okay, don't shock me suddenly, it's like, hey, who call reference or who? What? When? You know, so you must be fair and go and inform the referee that I want to use your name. Okay, this person will be calling you. Right? Because of this layoff thing, I was a referee for don't know how many of my team. Very tiring. So it's possible, yeah. And then after that, belanja them a bit lah, belanja them kopi or something like, hey, thank you for putting good work for me. Okay? Have a bunch of people who can vouch for you, whether it's character reference or work reference. Okay, resume critic. We've got time. Huh?
It's up to 150, but would we have any time for the clinic?
Yeah, that's right. So 150 is actually the clinic, right?
No, actually it's 150 is passed already.
Okay.
So how do you want to adjust?
Now what time?
Now it's about 106. 106.
Okay, then we do the clinic. Okay, before you do anything you want to ask me before I finish the resume part?
About the referee.
Referee.
How about if you're a freelancer, so who can you take as a referee? Can you take our clients? Or
I can, client also can, but likely the person who hire you,
okay.
I'm sure they have a company, right, that hire you as a freelancer. That person can also be a referee. Client also can also, but rarely not. People use client as a referee. Unless it's a sales reference. So if you want to vouch for your sales service, and then yeah, but usually no. Okay. Anyone else question? I think you all asked right throughout. Okay, we do a resume cleaning now, but we have a short bio break, 5 minutes. Right, after you go back, then we have a resume cleaning where we look at your resume and
It's almost time for lunch.
really?
At 1:50 to 2:50, Shell HR will be setting up with 2:33. I suggest that you all
Quick lunch.
either quick lunch or go and see them first, because they will be briefing you
Really?
about your HR and about their flexible work practices. So it is a good time for you to find out, whether you can get a job there, or because after that you can submit a resume online to them. At least go and find out, because I mean this came as a surprise to me that you actually set up.
Do that. Oh, okay. Okay, so you can do that, and after that, then we do the cleaning. Okay?
So I think we try to take a quick lunch. The most important thing is go to HR first, and then come back, sit down, and start doing your resume.
So we'll be back here at what time?
2:50 to 1 minute, because I want you all to also
Makan lah,
meet
makan.
HR, makan of course, and also meet HR.
Yeah.
Then as soon as you're ready, come and sit down and do your resume.
Yeah. Okay, so I will go makan and I will sit down and I will sit down and wait for you here, okay? So you got a resume review, you need me to pass me your resume and let me review. I can do that.
You all brought your resume, your laptop, or
Can printed also can be on
printed.
laptop also. Up to you.
So the expert is here.
Nice one lah.
Very more expert. So she can give you the feedback and then just the resume.
Okay.
Yeah, you also talk to the show.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah, no. To see how you can tweak after you run, then you can advise them. Alright.
Gali back center.
English. But I see that in his career, sometimes big lah, you know. Saya pun teacher also never missing one word that way.
Because my son, the teacher told me when they write in the whiteboard,
They write something else.
they very slow. So by the time teacher finish work, he still must finish writing. Very slow.
Rasa saya suka lah. In first paper, there was sometimes like change word, missing wire.
Oh, not related.
Not related. I don't know what is here.
Actually, they look normal.
You look
Very normal.
very normal. Then this, I got twins.
Oh, you also got twins?
I got twins.
No, my just now the girl, the HR girl, she got twins.
So this girl, she very calm. She lucky she not so sekarang everybody is slow lah. But she got okay with that.
Oh.
I apply for her lah.
Oh. My son, he now okay with
Not okay lah.
he go to school. Autistic. Wow, very sad.
Rasa is
Oh, you work there? Persatu one is like residential. Where is that?
mine was the history was part, but I took care of the outside.
Oh, okay.
So from there, how we did it.
Oh, my son makes zero, you know, cannot simple calculation also cannot. He very stressed one. You ask him to add this, wow, he become very stressed. So, maths zero, tak boleh, cannot. Until now also, we don't like maths. But for exam, because the tutor, they really guide him until he can pass it. For his IGCSE, for the UK test, he's very lucky. My son is very lucky. So now after IGCSE, the tutor also told me that you cannot ask him to do degree or what. Only can do skill set lah. So then, because in school they will teach skills also. So then the tutor found out that he's very good in two skills. One is photography, another one is drama. My son now doing photography. He got diploma. He's doing diploma. But because this university is in Johor, they collaborate with the university in Paris. So if they only do diploma here. So on the day degree, they have to go to Paris. So he said he's still thinking about this. Now only 1 year, so still got until December. Two. My elder daughter is my son. Life for the yeah, just encourage her. I don't force my children to start doing. I'm very scared. Because when he's small, when I don't know how to dyslexic, I always scold him, no, until he cry. Then the teacher always tell me he's very down, always down. Then I realize, the Cyber Jaya, because last time we used to stay in King Henry International School. They have a tutor. So every day the tutor will sit with him after school and go through what his homework. Dedicated. Because that school, why I put there, because that school only has King Henry. This one no. This one they don't sit beside us in the class, but the school there's still the class is very small, 10, 11, maximum 12. So his class is only 12 of them. The teacher can teach properly, so he can catch up. But after class,
lesson for the day, and then there's homework, whether he can do, he can cook. So yesterday homework, so finish that he can guide. Some of the hours taken out, yes, because I do not really hear. So, yeah. But I think for this kind of special children, we cannot force them academically inclined. They can. But my son, I realized that before diagnosed, after diagnosed, you see a big difference. He become more. Last time, very shy one, but she's still under diagnosed and anxiety. One of the kids, Oasis, Oasis, so I see, you know the Oasis, right? Because when my son sit for the IGCSE exam, like XPS, when he sit for the exam, I brought him to Oasis because my teacher, the school says, must give like a report to say that they are dyslexic, then he submit to UK, then the UK gave the board and the exam board gave him a long additional time, 20 minutes. But he said the 20 minutes it's like so big deal for him because he really like make use of it. Then now he was surprisingly the IGCSE exam, he got 1 A star, 3 A's, 3 X, 3 distinctions. Oh, like I'm so surprised, huh? Yeah, that's stressful. Okay. I want to see. Sorry, see? Yeah, see, you asked me what I wanted to do. Is it sorry? Because I got someone looking for part-time PA. Part-time then work remotely lah. But she said this person must know how to use computer. I'm not using computer. Okay. But she's very because she's a businesswoman. Actually, before I met her, this morning only I forwarded another girl's number to her. So I see if that girl is not interested, then I get in touch with her lah. And then I forward her number to you. Then you call her and talk to her. Thank you so much. Did you check already? Confirm, right? Yeah, work confirm. Yeah, work confirm.
Looking for the plug is under the chair. Yeah, it's too far. Still need the phone.
Yeah.
Depends on the offer.
Okay. Oh. Thank you.
Share me your number, then I like to ask more details. Okay, we exchange number.
Yeah, because I'm a recruiter.
Oh, you're a recruiter?
Yeah. Macam mana I cari you?
Can I step one side?
You ada
Kan my uncle I at you. At least I have somebody.
Okay. My name Farida tapi show me the
I just take a measure.
Oh, is it? This is easier to get.
the link that go to this. No, there's a link that you can share. What link? No, when there is a link that you can share. The LinkedIn link. There's a special your own LinkedIn address. I think it's here can phone can. I think so. Yeah. I mean, how do you get LinkedIn?
Your link.
Wait, I'll send picture. Okay. I have to collect something to there.
Okay. Oh, there.
Sophie Wahab. Sophie, is it? Is the one 66? Maybe it's like Facebook, I have to search the name, get friends, something like that.
But it's professional.
Professional performance. I need to upload the
And you also tak kena open work. So
open the word meaning you are.
then other you show lah, you mention lah orang tu university lah. Kita as a recruiter akan cari keyword office manager, operation manager like
Oh, meaning keyword important.
Okay,
Let's start.
yang sesuai dengan kita.
Hiring yang apa? Open to my business as meaning itu
Kalau you nak cari
kalau kita nak offer something lah.
offer something can also can. Ataupun you nak hiring people boleh juga masuk. Ada juga hiring people. Jadi akan appeal lah. Kena add lah skill. Kalau tak kalau you tak letak add skill, kita tak tahu apa you punya skill. Tak, kalau Microsoft Office okay. Are you okay? Dah. Banyak lagi add more skill. Office tu apa dia? Ya.
decision making.
If you all don't mind, I can give all the contacts. Do you mind or not? Yeah, all the contacts so that you all can contact one another. Anybody who doesn't want, let me know. Then I.
Where we get the contact?
No, I have all the contacts. I can give all to you all. Okay, all to you all.
Okay, no? No need.
Then you don't have to go one by one.
Okay, let's start.
Testing. Okay, let's start. Sorry, it's too late. Talk lesser next time, okay? So that we go faster. Alright, half the class gone already. I don't know what happened to the other. Alright, so interviewing skills bootcamp. So basically, just like this morning was about resume, right? Resume writing. I told you, right? The purpose of writing resume is only for getting you the interview. Then after that, what's next? Sometimes you get interviews, but you don't clinch it, you don't move on to the next step. You know, the interviews is the killer. Alright, so interviews is also very important, the areas that you need to look at. Okay, basic do's and don'ts. Okay, some of them is common sense, alright, but some of them maybe it's good to be reminded again. Okay, I will also tell you about why is certain things very important. Okay, like for example, know your resume. Surprising, some people don't know their resume. You know? They don't know their resume inside out. Maybe because they ask someone else to write the resume. So when they go for the interview, sometimes when I ask question, they will be like very blur, they have a blur face. I said, but it's in your resume, right? I said, oh yeah, I forgot I write it in. It could also be because many years ago, I also forgot already what's inside. So you really must know your resume in and out. Even though someone write for you, you must understand what's written inside. Otherwise, you cannot fake it. Right? So I used to do resume writing. So something like that, like I write for people resume. Used to do, I don't want to do it anymore. It's a very long process for me. So yeah, so I write for people, so I'm not very sure when I hand over the resume to that person will know what I'm writing about because they are the one who have to go for the interview, not me. Right? So very important they understand what it's about. Okay, you must be able to justify everything on your resume. Okay, so if let's say you have this knowledge, later when they ask you about that knowledge, you must be able to answer it. If you say you work here and here before, you know, sometimes you fudge the some people do that, they edit their resume, make it look very impressive, but actually they never do the work. Right? So how do we know? Interviewers, as interviewers, we have a way of asking questions. Sometimes when we probe further, we realize, oh, they don't know the answer. Then we know like it's a lie, whatever they put there is not the truth. Okay? So whatever you put, you must be able to justify. Right? So the resume is the tool that get you the interview. So the interviewer know nothing about you, other than what is written here. So of course they will always refer to it. So you must make sure you know your resume inside out, because they will always refer to this piece of document. That's the only contact between you and them. Okay? Secondly, research the company. Okay, I know most people will just Google the company, read the Wikipedia, that's it. Alright, not enough. Alright, in this day and age, it's not enough to just go to the Wikipedia and read about the company. Okay? You should Google and also read not just the official website, but every other news about the company also. Okay? Like the official website will tell you maybe the company culture, right? Will tell you about who's the leadership team, those kind of things. Wikipedia will tell you a lot of information, but sometimes you're not even sure whether it's true, because Wikipedia, anyone can edit it, right? So Google newspaper articles about it, magazine articles about it, what? Maybe even forum, if you really want to get to the depth of things, you can even go to the forum and see what people are talking about this company. Okay?
How about the company's social media page?
Yes, you can also do that, but then, of course, they will portray the best part. Right? So that you can see, at least you can see the culture of the company, what activities they do. Yes, social media page is also one thing. The other thing I will check is Glassdoor. Glassdoor review. So Glassdoor review is when the company and ex-employees or current employees will write about the current company. So I have a situation where I don't go for the interview at all because the Glassdoor ratings is like 2 point something. Like literally, the employees put there, the worst company you ever join. Do not join. It's so toxic. They literally put like that. And maybe one person, okay lah, disgruntled employee understand. Well, why everyone start putting like that, you start to down. Okay? So check everything, check your Glassdoor and all that. Because it's a two-way street, right? Not only they are choosing you to work, you also choosing whether you want to work with this company or not, right? So yeah, check. Read their annual reports to see whether they're profitable. Okay, especially like startups, those of you who work with startups. They will say, oh, we're going to IPO soon. We have 5 series of funding. We raised about how many $1 billion? Yes, but what's the profit? Those are just investors' money, yeah? Alright, so investors, yes, they get venture capitalists to invest in their business, billions and all that. But at the end of the day, whether they are making a profit or not. Right? I'm from 2 startups, I know. So, not just check newspaper articles, but also annual reports. Then you know whether they're profitable. Those of you who play shares, check your shares. Okay? For me, I don't play shares, so I have friends who do that. So, hey, check for me, profitable or not before I join. Right? Yeah. So from interviewer point of view, it's good if you know about the company. One, at least they cannot bullshit you because you really know about the company inside out. Alright, even the scandal or the court cases or whatever. But from the interviewer point of view, they see that at least you wanted to learn about the company. Okay? But rarely nowadays I hear the interview question asked, what do you know about the company? What have you learned about the company already? Rarely. People don't do that. People know that you can always Google the answers. So interviewers seldom ask this question. But it's good for you to know. I even go an extra step and research the interviewer. Very careful. I even ask, I always ask, if my recruiter recommend me to go interview, I say, okay, who's my interviewer, the full name please. Then I go LinkedIn and check. Okay? From there, I can gauge what kind of person the interviewer is. Especially if the interviewer is going to be my boss. Alright? So I will always check the previous work experience, the qualification, maybe you have similarity. You know, we used to work in the same company or someone I know work in that company. Then I can ask, hey, you used to work with this company with this person, how is she? So you get inside information before you start working with this person. Alright? Maybe schools wise, then maybe there's something, maybe you all used to go to the same school, different years, then you can talk about your alma mater or something like that. Also something in common. Okay, but I'm very careful. I even Google their Facebook, Instagram, especially if it's not blocked. Alright? If it's not privatized, then I can see everything. I can see their whole family and all that. Sometimes I tell you, before I actually go into the interview, I know whether or not I will get the job, just based on the interview alone. Then I see this profile, I say, no, you're confirmed I cannot get, won't up with me. And really, yeah, I didn't get a job. So sometimes you can tell. Okay, so use LinkedIn, Google their name, see what's their background. At least you know what to expect, what kind of person this person is. If they go to certain school or if they have a certain career path, you roughly can gauge what kind of person that person is. So when you go for the interview, you know what to expect. You won't be shocked by the interviewer.
But how do you know who's going to interview you in the first place?
You ask her, that's why I say you go and ask the recruiter who arranged for the interview. Or if let's say that person secretary call me for the interview or the HR call me for the interview, I always ask, who is going to interview me, what's her name? I will always ask. Then I will do all my homework before I go for the interview. Okay? Alright, so use LinkedIn and all that and Google it. Okay? If you're new to the job and industry, you don't know anything. Like for me, now my current job is very new to me. I've never joined oil and gas before. Wow, I have to read so much. I don't know anything about the oil and gas industry. I have to read a lot. Okay, so it's good because at least when they're talking, they use sometimes they use acronyms, right? At least you know roughly what they're talking about. You know, it's like, oh, LPG. Okay, we know what is it. You know, that guy, so you have to Google it. Alright? So from the job description, sometimes you already know what is expected of the position. Right? Somehow you try to link it to your previous experience. So when you're talking, you say, oh yes, this is a new industry for me, but you know the role that you're looking for, the type of person, I have those experience. I used to do this in the previous company. Okay. Alright, so you can use the qualifying criteria to determine what kind of person they want. Alright, so sometimes they say, oh, this candidate should be blah 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 blah. In the advertisement itself they mention. So you bring that kind of personality to the role. Because they are looking for that kind of person, that kind of knowledge. Alright, so you bring those information to the role, to the interview. Okay, so you need to know the industry inside out so you can be very convincing in your answers. Because otherwise it's very hollow. Right? You can tell that they can tell that, oh, you don't really know much about the industry. Okay? So watch videos, read articles. You can ask expert opinion. If you have people in the industry, okay, for example, you're joining a media industry, you're not sure about it, but you know someone who's working there. Ask them, hey, what's the industry like? What does this mean? Why is it like this? So what's the company status in the industry? Something like that. Get information from them. Okay. Okay, so just I think, who was it? The one who was it? Was it you the one who asked about the virtual assistant? Was it virtual assistant, right? So as mentioned, if it's a role that you don't know about, or company or industry you don't know about, you can always approach LinkedIn, right? Find the people who work in the industry and the role. Just send them a private message and say that, hey, this is this, introduce, I would like to learn more about your industry, or I would like to learn more about your role, I'm interested in your role, those kind of position, you know. Would you mind sharing with me? Or would you mind, we go for coffee or something like that, you know, I belanja you want coffee, share with me. Maybe some will ignore, okay, some will accept. So out of 10, maybe 1 or 2 accept enough, you know, for you to actually talk to people in the industry to learn more about it, right? I attended this talk before, and then this introvert, she built her network through LinkedIn. She said, how did she do it? Because she find it scary as an introvert, she find it scary to walk into the room and talk to so many people at once. So what she did, she said she started slowly, she approached people in LinkedIn, at least one-to-one is not so scary. And if they reject you, it's okay lah, because it's true online, right? So they reject you, it's okay. But if let's say they agree to meet you, you get to talk to the person, then you learn more about the industry, about the person, that kind of thing. So she do it, she did it slowly. After a while, she built her network. Alright, so for people who find it daunting to actually go to a networking event, do it slowly lah, through online, approach people who want to learn about more, inspiring people, you know, something like that. That's how you get mentors as well. Alright, know the answer to this question? Okay, you should have answers to the top 10 most common interview questions, which I will share later. What are the top 10 most common interview questions? I think almost every interview will ask those questions. 3 stories. 3 stories to illustrate your capability to succeed in the job. Okay, so look at your resume. There will be some parts of your resume where you want to highlight, you want to tell a story about. Maybe your education. Okay, you can say, oh, my family was poor, I had to study very hard to get scholarship to go to this university, and during my school days I had to do part-time work. Those kind of stories, very inspiring stories. Keep it in your pocket. You will always need to share this story, whether during interview, during sharing session, during motivating session, you will need to share these stories. Okay? So find something in your resume to talk about. Right? Maybe there's a time when you join the company, you don't know anything, or everyone quit, you're the only one left in the job, and then you overcome all odds and you manage to achieve something. Those kind of very inspirational stories. So look at your resume, try to see which area that you can tell a story about. Okay? Because there will be questions like, tell me a time when you overcome adversity, you know, and overcome adversity and emerge champions, something like that. Then how you answer this kind of interview question. So that's why I must always have this kind of story in your pocket. Okay? Alright, 3 discussion. 3 things in your resume you want to talk about. Maybe your previous job experience related to the current job you're applying. Alright, or maybe something you do which is relevant, something like that. You find parts of the resume that is a highlight Something you want to talk about, maybe an accomplishment, an award that you won, you want to talk about it, yeah, something like that. Okay? Of course, sometimes you don't get to share all three lah, but at least you have one or two. It won't caught you off guard, at least you know how to answer. Okay? 3 questions to ask the interviewer, because at the end of the question, they always say, do you have any question to ask me? Some candidates say, no, I don't have any questions. Okay, I wouldn't advise you to answer like that. Because if the candidate told me that, no, I don't have any questions, I always feel like you're not interested in the job, is it? Is that why you got no questions? Because I have a lot of questions. At the end of the interview, I always have a lot of questions that I want to ask. So later I will share with you what questions you should ask at the end of the interview. Okay? Alright, so 3 things, 3 stories, 3 discussion that you want to discuss in your resume, and 3 questions. Okay, now I want you to write down anywhere in your, you can use your phone or you can write down your work, in your own life, your resume. What are the 3 stories, the 3 discussion and 3 questions that you want to bring up during interview? You don't need to write the details. Just write 1 line. I'll talk about my education journey. Talk about my first company or something like that. Just write down. Okay? So 3 stories, discussion, questions. Right? So when the time you need to use it during the interview, you can expand on it. You have like arsenal, you know, to they should talk about.
Question.
Ask.
Can
the mic.
In the interview, can you tell a story about your education time? Because like, let's say you are already 30 years old, and then you go and bring back when you're 18, 17, education accomplishment. Do you do that in the interview?
If they ask about it, okay, usually you don't like to talk about your work experience and all that. But if let's say the topic comes up, maybe what's the hardest thing that you ever gone through in life? Maybe to you that part of your education is the toughest thing, you mentioned that. Right? Maybe that person used to be from your university. You can talk about it, oh yeah, I know last time it was like this, then you can bring in that story in, like that. Only when it's relevant lah. But usually, if you have been working for many, many years, you talk about your work experience. Unless the topic comes to that, then you talk about it. Okay, so I give you about 5 minutes to write down. questions, it's okay lah. Later I will share with you what questions to ask the interviewer. But this is the 3 stories, 3 discussion. So you know, those inspiring leaders, they always have these kind of stories at the back of their pocket. So every time they have to tell a story, they always bring it up. So you always have this kind of story to be used in different occasions. Okay? Alright. Okay, dressing up for interview is interesting, yeah? Okay, for guys, very easy. For interview, what should you wear? If you have long sleeve shirt and tie, wear very vest. Well, this one a bit over lah, especially given our weather. By the time you reach the interview place, you'll be sweating all over. Okay, so not very practical, unless very high position. Alright, if you got to impress, then yes. Okay, but most of the time people wear it like this, okay. It depends on the nature of the company, right? Like I have people who go for a startup interview wearing track pants and t-shirt. I know startup have a very relaxed culture. We don't really wear formal clothes. But it's an interview no less. Okay? So one of my team members actually did that, interviewed with me, track pants and t-shirt. I was shocked. And then when he first walked towards me, I was like, oh, really? This is the candidate? You've got to be kidding me, you know? And it turns out it is him, you know? And okay, he did well enough for me to take him. But the first thing I did when he joined the department was like, I can't believe you actually went for interview in track pants and t-shirt. I said, yeah, but it's startup. I said, yes, but interviews are different. You should at least make an effort to wear a shirt lah, at least, you know, and not track pants, you know. This is like really, he just woke up and just go for the interview like that. So that is, yes, the nature of the company can be relaxed, but this is your first impression you're giving, right? Does it make sense? Okay, dressing up for interviews for women. If you are wearing office wear, then maybe you should get a vest, you should get a t-shirt or a dress, right? For those women, formal wear, you want to wear hijab, you should get a vest, long vest, t-shirt, blouse, and pants. Okay, anyway, look professional. Have one interview outfit that you always wear for interview. But if you have 2-3 rounds of interview, then you have 2-3 rounds of outfit lah, I guess. Right, so I will always have interview outfit that I will wear when I go for an interview. Alright, because you always need that, yeah? It's okay, you can put inside a closet and only use it once a year or once every few years, but have something like that for you to go for interviews for. Okay? Alright, so yeah, take an effort. Okay, traditional, you can wear baju kurung, baju kebaya, baju kebaya if you want. Okay? Alright, dressing up for interviews, it actually depends on organization. At one point, I think in LinkedIn, there was question going around. Say, can you wear baju kurung for interview? Okay, so there was a lot, some people say yes, some people say no. So it depends on the company itself. For me, if it's a government body, government linked companies or government body, then yes, wearing baju kurung or hijabi would be acceptable, right? But sometimes for modern companies, corporate companies, if you want to leave a certain impression, if you wear traditional wear, they might think you are a bit more traditional. Okay, so it would cause a bit of biasness there, right? So for non-traditional companies, for maybe corporate companies, they just wear a jacket and pants only. Maybe just a small jacket, or for guys, we just shirt and pants only. Okay, so it depends on the impression that you want to leave. It's okay to wear baju kurung for the interview, but sometimes it might leave the impression that you're more traditional compared to, more open. Maybe they're expecting someone who are more open. Okay. Okay, if it's a fashion-forward company, you are trying to be a bit more fashionable. I ever went for interview before in a leather jacket because it's a digital marketing company and I'm trying to look young. So I ever did wear a leather jacket before, not like this, another one, for an interview, and I got a job. Okay, so I try to depend on the company, what kind of company, and the kind of image I want to portray. Okay, so if it's a fashion-forward company, wow, your head to toe must be on flick. Well, on flick means on point. Your eyebrow, everything drawn must be perfect, makeup all perfect. Alright, so it depends on the company itself. Okay, if it's a luxury brand company, wow, it must be really dressed to nines. Right, even if you have to carry a branded handbag, do it. Trust me, I have occasion where the HR literally, the moment the woman walked into the room, she looked up, down, shoe what brand, bag what brand, like that, really, really up and down, okay? So, they cannot complain. Because the candidate said that she felt very objectified. She felt very judged. So, but yeah, they actually look at how you dress, your makeup, what bags you're carrying, right? So, it's very particular. If it's a makeup company, then you're going for L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, makeup. Perfect lah, if you don't know how to make up, ask your friend who can make up for you. You should draw properly, eyeliner properly, and all that. Alright, so if you have to pay, go for makeup, also you please do that. So you guys are so lucky, you don't need to do all this. So easy. But girls, yeah. So it depends on the company because you're trying to leave an impression. Okay, so think about what kind of impression you want to give before you go for the interview. Okay? Okay, arrive early. I know people say very cliche arrive early, but here's why. You don't know how long it takes to get there. I ever went for a bank interview. From my house to that place, maybe 20 over kilometers. Okay lah. But I arrived, I left early, 2 hours earlier. And then I was so near the exit, I took the wrong exit. Next thing you know, I'm like half an hour away. Imagine I was early, okay? But because I took the wrong exit, suddenly add on extra half an hour. So I had to make a big U-turn. By the time I arrived, exactly 15 minutes before. Rush, got to change security card and everything. By the time I go up, exactly on the dot. So I was like, oh, thank God I decided to leave 2 hours earlier. If I didn't, I would be late for the interview. See? Because these things will happen. Because you've never been there, you might get lost. Okay? And then sometimes when you arrive, the first thing they say, can you fill out the application form? Wow, you don't know how many pages. That one take 15-30 minutes really. Right? So that's why you need a buffer. Go through the resume again. If you're free, you've got nothing to do, look through your resume again. Make sure that you really know what you write on the resume when you apply for the job. Okay? Rehearse the answers in your mind. So, okay, this is how I'm going to tell my story. This is how I'm going to answer the question. And then why I'll say arrive early, because I want you to sit at the lobby, look at the people, read the culture of the room. So from there you can tell the company what kind of company is it. Is it a good company? Is it the culture, does it fit you or not? Alright, so I like to come early and then look at them. Then sometimes when they go for lunch and talk, I can see how are they, can they get along, are they a lively company, are they a fun company, that kind of thing. So yeah, so I like to go and sit and observe. Okay, I haven't made a mistake before. I joined this company without a digital marketing company, without going for the interview in the office. The interview was online. Sorry, it was in a cafe, restaurant. This was before COVID. In a cafe. So I never go to the office. So I said, okay, fine. Second interview with the CEO was online because he was traveling. So I never stepped into the office. So on the first day I stepped into the office, my first thought was like, the office is so small. It's only this size of the room, not even that size. This size, like that. I said, I'm used to very big offices lah, because my companies were quite big lah. So I was like, so small. No hiding place. Pantry there, not hiding place. And I like to do work in the lounge and pantry, do work in different sides of the corner of the office. But this one is like really just like this lah. Where to hide? Your boss is here. And then one small room there, one small room there. It's very small. Okay. Okay, that's the first one. And then I realized the culture is so different from my previous culture. Where my previous culture was so warm, very friendly, very fun. But this is so cold. Even my colleagues are very cold. Like I cannot get along with them. And the environment of the office wasn't very pleasant. But too late already lah. I joined already, right? What to do, right? And then a lot of red flags lah. I know when I joined, they showed me the org chart. The org chart got a lot of empty spaces. They said, oh, this one this one the person just left last week. This one they haven't joined yet. This one on maternity leave. This one also leaving tomorrow. This one left already. The whole org chart like that. And I was like, what company have I joined? I didn't last there long. Frankly, I tell you, I lasted only 3 months. Okay, because the culture was wrong for me. I couldn't get along with my boss. I couldn't get along with my colleagues. I don't like anything like my boss. I don't like the colleagues. I don't like the work. I don't like the company. I don't like the culture. I don't like the job. I don't like everything. So I was like, cannot say. Huh? From the recruiter lah. The recruiter sell me a totally different image. When I joined, it's totally different. And I was like, oh, you see, if I had visited the office, at least I know what to expect, right? So very important, come to the office early. Maybe even if you didn't get to interview in the office, say, okay, before I join, can I just go to the office just to talk to you personally, face to face, or I just want to see how the office is like. At least from there you can gauge the culture, you can fit or not, right? Won't be 100%, but at least you got the taste lah. You don't get shocked like me, on the first day, culture shock totally. Okay? Check out. Alright, so all these are good enough reasons why you should come early for the interview. Body language. Okay, do you know that you try to mirror the body language of the person who is interviewing you? So one of the way to get the person to like you is, interviewers tend to hire people who are similar to them. So when you mirror their body language, they tend to think that you are similar to them. Okay? So some interviewer has a very open body language. When they talk, it's like this. Hey, you see, I did this. Then it's like because of that, the company is going through. Very open. The hands is like that, very open. Right? And then they volunteer information, they talk. That's an open body language. Some interviewer will be like, okay, tell me about yourself. So this interviewer has a very close body language. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to mirror that person's body language. So if let's say the person has a close body language, you don't go and answer all over the place. You don't go and, it's like I go like that, then it's like I do this, it's like that, like that, your hand moving all over, but they won't like you. Okay? And then if the person has a very friendly nature, and then instead you're very serious, smile, you're very serious, then that person will not like you. Right? So you try to mirror that person's body language. Right? If you, so if let's say, the tone and pace also, okay? So if let's say they talk in a slow pace, you talk in a slow pace. If you talk very loud, you talk very loud. Right? If he's a fast speaker, then you don't speak so slow, you will bore him. Right? So if they talk very fast, then you try to speak very fast also. If the interview is going well, this is very good the interviewer. You take a peek at his feet. Okay? Take a peek, not like that, don't do like that. Take a peek, why? Because if his leg is pointing to you, it's likely that he likes you. Right? If he's pointing away from you, then maybe it's not that into you. Okay? And also, look at his body language when he speaks. Is he bending forward? Because when he bends forward and he's trying to listen to you, clearer, right? If it's very far apart, Like he's not interested in listening to you. So this kind of body language, take a look. So that's why sometimes even after the interview, I will know whether I get a job. Because I look at the body language. I say, so I don't like you, cannot. Some people just don't like you, for whatever reason you cannot get along, right? So yeah, so these are ways to gauge. And then you have a panel interview. Panel interview means 3 people interview you. So you want to follow whose body language? This person different, this person different, this person different. How? Who do you follow?
The person who asks you most.
The person who asks you most, okay. Could be HR, but HR will not be the one who decide whether or not you get a position. The hiring manager is the one who decides whether or not you get the job. So whose body language should you imitate? The hiring manager. Okay, so that's why it's important you know who is interviewing you. Then when they introduce themselves, you know, so my boss, my future boss, again. So follow his body language because he's the one who made the decision. HR will usually follow what he said. Okay? And usually it's another person, the third person usually will be someone from the other department in order to be fair. He will just invite another person from another department. Okay, how do you answer? You answer using this thing called the CAR technique. What does CAR stand for? It stands for context, action, results. Okay, so you answer them using the CAR technique. Alright, this is how you answer the question. Alright, tell me about the time when you have a very difficult time completing a project and then you manage to do it. Tell me about a story about that time. Okay, so you start with context. Context is the background story. Last time when I first joined the company, I don't know anything about the company. I don't know what to do. So I was very lost. So when I was given a big project, I didn't know how to get everyone to help me. That was the background story. A is action. So what do you do? So I get to know the people. I go to lunch with them, get to know them, then talk a bit about the project, and then I get to know people from other departments, talk about the project, and then get their alignment, get their support from there. Okay, so every time I have anything I need their help, I'll call them, then ask them for help, and then they will slowly help me because I got to know them better. As a result, I managed to complete the project on time, and my boss was very happy with me, and I was confirmed early or something like that. So the story must be complete like this. You start with the background story, what do you do, and what's the outcome. Okay? So when you tell using the CAR story, it's difficult to cheat. So as an interviewer, I prefer you to answer in this method. So I know that you actually did the work. If you don't do the work, you're just faking it, then your story won't be complete. It's very easy for me to see loopholes. Right? But if you tell me from scratch, before this, what's the story, what do you do, what's the outcome, I know that you actually did the project. Okay? Alright, so it paints a very clear picture of your behavior. Alright, so now what I want you to do is I want you to pair up. Okay, answer this question. In your mind now you start answering. Share a situation where you demonstrated initiative in your previous role. Initiative means you do something without people asking you, take your own initiative. Okay? You answer using the CAR technique. Talk about the backstory, what you do, and what's the outcome. Context, action, results. And then later you switch. After you're done, you switch. Okay? Okay, so tell me how you want to pair up. So you want to pair up behind together like that?
I'm leaving.
Huh?
I'm leaving.
Ah, you're leaving, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Okay, and that's nice. Both of you back. Sorry. Both of you back. Okay. You back. Both of you. Yeah. Both of you back. Okay. Both of you back. Okay. Alright. So both of you ask each other this question. Answer in the CAR. Only this one question only. And then answer in the CAR technique. And then later take turns. Okay. Practice.
Shoot, my story. My story or story?
Your story lah. Are you supposed to I tell my story? No. Just share. Yeah.
What was I thinking? Oh, I was thinking of I was teaching. I was teaching in context.
What's the
So because I was going through some churches, so probably next year I initiated classroom theories. So I was business lecturer. So mainly my students are business students, but there are some students from different faculty. They take two business subjects, so they jump into my class. So they are also inclusive. So that's the context of the so I cover countless numbers of entries because every semester I make sure at least 2 visits every semester. Of course I live spend the whole charge. So one of those two major ones was Malaysia Airlines at the end of semester. So I took them to a hangar. So they get to see, get on the plane, it was refurnished. So it's not a plane ready to go, everything that's refurnished. Where is the question? Subang. Besides that, getting on board the refurbished what material, what's the use, and it's all wood. It's really wood and fiber. I also cannot go up. Heavy. So a lot of knowledge. They give a lot of test action, a lot of knowledge. Then we managed to take FedEx flight. So they get ready. Because FedEx was just getting ready. So they allowed my students to work as so my idea of the last one so we went to see coffee, get a feel, so that was when I get to see the factory in China, how the car is being manufactured, provided the stages of the production, the starting point. So within the car until on the road. So they get to see all that. Those are the 2 major ones. So standard practice is just take the tracking number and just put it. So it was a for them. That's the session. The next is education. So but I introduced businesses where factory visits as well as production tours, as well as service. So just project business. You don't go for nothing, okay? Come back, excited. So the good thing about this is sometimes how it is separated from the parcel, and then what happens at the point the person who is handling the parcels will understand which case which parcel. Like only one falls out, then you might be able to get it. So usually all it says one of my customers' parcels because the post guy, he managed to identify the correct parcel based on the 60%. In the second one, 60% the assessment was possible. So based on that, we actually say project as in parcel was delivered, it was delivered, it was delayed, and there was no parcel.
Okay. So everyone is completed. Still, they have to complete.
Maybe I just spend some because the price is not so yeah. So basically
I was because of the solution that I did, the person didn't get lost and it continued. So,
because I was in charge of the safety environment. So when I took the help safety and environment, the whole company for themselves, so I didn't when the first lockdown, we were locked down, so everything because we don't take this. So one of then because I was like the street so I was said that they will show you so we have 300 procedures, 20 and all of them standard operating procedures like all the taxis.
But it's not. It's fun. It's like you know what you wellness kind of thing. Then I realized that it's a possibility. At that time, none
but
of
we were
my
in
lessons
our taxis bad, so he wants me to deliver.
But when I came in, I started to strike this off. You started the contact number, you write the tracking mask on the parcel itself, and also the customers.
Because we want them to help with the
number, because of the
right?
so they
also we want them to
but if the number is
so bingo, and there's also some cookies, so cookies and stuff. But the problem was we were locked down. Nobody in the office, nobody gets, no one can have anything. The kid is all the person. We don't have anything. That's the thing. So the action was. My job is still very stressful. I have to take a lot of initiative. Because I'm alone, I don't have a team. All the person was musicians, they sleep in. I was this person was manager and also the she made just safety health environment. So I something like that. So I have a safety committee leader for the whole company. Then so I've given this and my boss said you have to deliver everything has to be delivered by end of April. I still remember we had the lockdown in March. So she said by end of April I want everybody to receive it. Malaysian or what? The Malaysian staff or Malaysian staff all over Sabah, Sarawak, everywhere. So I was initially shocked. Yes, in a way that I did before. So my action was, so I started to think how I should do this when no one else can. There's the courier company wasn't working. They can't access those. So what we did was we get approval from to travel to office. But still, I still need to get the items, have the packaging and everything. So what I did was I approached one of our event company. So they said that they can provide some of the barang stuff. So you see, I outsourced part of it because not everything because they also very limited resources. So I get them to deliver everything to the and one of the days went to the office, I packed everything on my system. But the items sometimes we have to get from the second company. You don't have a warehouse. So have anything. What are you? We are a pharmaceutical company. We are sell medicine. But we don't have pharmacy. We just produce drugs. We sell drugs. But we don't have the physical drugs. So what we do, we have we have factory, we have the labs, so we can produce your medicine, high blood pressure, diabetes, everything is under. But we don't distribute. We are only the marketing company. We market the product, but we sell the stuff. We market. Go to the hospital, the doctor pays order, it goes to his warehouse and Zurich Pharma. So we don't keep anything. The office says no medicine, nothing. Zero. So we don't have anything. So I have to order from different vendors, get them to deliver to the office. Then we have to, during the pandemic, we have to get approval to travel. So I have to get approval from the Ministry of Unity. So we have to do everything. I have to do everything on my own. So that's the action. Online. Yeah, so then one of the days I coordinate everybody that people at the same time. So there's like I travel to places like another admin staff. I want to like you need the packing, use the FedEx. They have each DHL. I call DHL.
That's what 300
one day back.
One day, but you have to
You have to do one day.
because you have to wait for all the items to come in. And then
Everything, everything comes in. One day we go to the office, we pack everything.
So all that was done within how many days? While you wait for the boats to arrive.
It takes some time.
But before April lah.
Yeah,
Because you
April.
April.
The result is everybody receive on time, and then everybody will appreciate it because even during the pandemic, obviously Israel can still visit hospital because they still can sell, but they need to wear the mask and everything. But I managed to get it done by the time everybody will start posting a picture of it. That's the biggest challenge. Because like most time I never ever had this lockdown. Yeah, now soon lah.
But you're not with that because of what? Pandemic.
I don't know. I left. It was very challenging time. In fact, there's I left the pandemic after the pandemic. Much after that. But 2020.
But that was a test of your resilience.
Yeah.
You achieved it.
Yeah, correct. But there was just like tips of the iceberg. After that, many more. Because, after that we have to do follow-up, keep on delivering the mask to the staff.
But you have a team.
I only one at least staff. Yeah, so I have to do everything. Like after that, we have a lot of other projects. We have to tie up with the COVID support the companies. Very important. Like that we don't send them enough money That's I think that's the biggest
I remember AstraZeneca was one of the vaccination. The vaccine that was used as a trial, right? As a trial, and there were volunteers become guinea pigs, for the AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
The initial stage.
Yes. They ask a volunteer, right?
Yeah.
The volunteers got back. Even for employees also, we were never forced to take whoever.
So just when I saw on LinkedIn AstraZeneca, I never familiar, but it did clear my mind.
So during the vaccine approval time, okay, so during the vaccine approval time also another big issue for project
Okay. How do you find the method very difficult? You might choke.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why it's very important to prepare for the interview. See? For me, last time, when I'm not used to interviews or that, I was practicing in front of the mirror, how I'm going to say things, how the story is going to flow. It's not always good to have stories, in your pocket. So after you practice many times, when you have to do it again during the interview, you won't find it so weird, awkward. So it's better to practice the story. So later I'll share with you like the top 10 questions. Rehearse those top 10 questions that you must know the answers to. Very important. Alright. Thank the interview.
That's how the part on the capabilities, skill capabilities. I still don't quite understand. Can you just demonstrate your capabilities? what's the difference between the capabilities and the other, the discussions?
Okay, so the difference is that stories will be something that is not just the words in your resume. Okay, for example, the resume, okay, let's talk about the three discussions first. Some points from your work experience, qualification, and accomplishment that you must highlight in them. Maybe work-related accomplishments, all right? So you can say, okay, all right, so for this job that I did, I got this award for the best, blah, 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 blah. So these are one point that you want to talk about, one discussion that you want to talk about, maybe the award that you got, okay? Maybe you can talk about certification, the certification you took, which is not related to your job, not related to your degree, but then it's something that you took because out of interest you want to learn more about. So parts of the resume to discuss. It's not stories, just parts of the resume that you want to talk about, you want to highlight. Stories is different. Stories may not be in your resume, but it's within that job itself, or within that, during the time when you're schooling. Alright, so maybe like I say, of course you're not going to write in your resume about how you struggle in school to get scholarship, you know, because you need to support your family who's not very well off. You're not going to write that on your resume, but it's a story that you can tell. If you happen to talk about your university or your struggles, you can mention it. Okay? If you want to talk about a certain project which is very difficult because you joined a company and then your boss left, you're the only one, you know, who had to do the project even though you're new. That is a story that you want to tell. Of course, you're not going to write that in your resume, but it's a story that you can actually tell during when they ask you about your struggles or how you overcome adversity and all that. You answer like that.
When you say linking skills, what does that mean? The linking skills. Let's say, for example, you are saying that your skills is maybe you have concern to order or your talent management. Is that what you mean? You link to that part?
Okay, linking skills as in how your story actually linked to the job that you're applying. Okay, so for example, your job said, okay, I want a team player. I need someone who's a team player. So you want to have a story that shows that you are a team player. That's how you actually link what they want to your story, and that is to show that you are the one for the job. You are the one who has that skill set because of your experience in this. And that's how you actually link it. Link that what they want to what you used to do, the story, the inspirational story that you have. Right? Because at the end of the day, the interview is to convince them that you are the one who's meant for the job. You are the one they're looking for. So it's very important before you walk into the interview, you must know what they want. Look at the criteria that they want. Bring that personality in. Okay? And then you must be prepared to share stories that links. You know, to show that, yeah, I'm the one for the job. You're looking for someone who's a team player, right? I'm a team player, let me tell you why. Like that. Okay, you're looking for someone who's responsible, I'm very responsible. Because I used to do this, like that. You need to link it to make them realize that you're the one, you know? Okay? Okay, not LinkedIn skills, linking skills. Alright, so here, a lot of people, this is very basic. I'm telling you, a lot of people don't do it. Alright, to thank the interviewer, not just verbally, yeah? Oh, thank you for the interview, and then just go off. But in writing, not everyone does it. You know, I can tell you out of 20 I interview, maybe one will reply. One will email me saying thank you. Even then, maybe not even one. Okay? For me, I make it a habit. Even now, I'm pretty senior also, I still do that. I still thank my interviewer. And every interview, I go through 4-5 rounds, you know, sometimes for one job. Every interview I thank. Sometimes the admin who arranged for me the interview also I thank. The recruiter who got me the job also I thank. So write a short email, I even have a template. You don't know ChatGPT got. Alright? So what you do is that by doing so, they will remember you. Even if you don't get a position, I'm pretty sure they will remember me because I'm the only one who thanked them. Right? The content of the email, what you should say, maybe recap a bit what you discussed during the interview. Dear Mr. Whatever, you know. Thank you so much for taking your time off your busy schedule to interview me. Right? I appreciate the discussion that we had with regards to this. And after thinking about it, I think I really meant for the job. Something like that, yeah. I really think I'm the one you're looking for. Alright? I do hope you will consider me. If you are, I'm reachable at this number, blah blah blah, or this email address. So thank you so much once again for taking your time. Short and sweet, 1-2 paragraph, but it's very memorable. Sometimes you can even say how you want to help them improve the department, how you want to make sure that they achieve the goals that they want. Angkat them a bit lah, angkat a bit. Then sincerely thank them. Just 2 paragraphs, but they will remember you. Okay? So I make it a point to do that. No matter how busy I am, after every interview, I will make sure that I email the person to thank them. If I don't get the job, fine. But I make sure I have that manners to do that. Because not many people do that. So maybe out of how many people, they interview only you thank. So maybe they might consider you for that because you thank them. But also because then they will remember you. Maybe not for this position, but for another position. They might refer you to another position. Okay? Yeah.
So like, sometimes they don't share their
Email address.
email address. Is it okay to ask?
Usually after the interview, I will ask. But sometimes I also forgot. So many questions, right? Rushing. So what I do is I will ask the recruiter, I say, hey, can you share with me the email address? Because I want to thank the person. That's it. Alright, so if they give, they give. If they don't, I will try my ways. For example, if let's say, okay, the person who arranged for me the interview is called Muhammad Azmi at the company name Shell.com, for example. Let's see the format. Muhammad.Azmi@Shell.com. So should be the same format, right? Okay lah, I try that. Person name, first name, last name at Shell.com. Try a few combination lah. Put at the BCC so they don't know I emailed so many people. That's it. Sometimes I go through lah. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it really doesn't. I go through LinkedIn. If I can email that person through LinkedIn, I will email the person through LinkedIn. Because sometimes the recruiter say, oh sorry lah, we cannot share. Then I will use this method lah. Right? But sometimes they will share. Then I can thank them properly. Or sometimes I will ask during the interview, can I have an email address? Right? So
Can you thank them to LinkedIn messaging?
Yes. I had my current job, I actually thank that person through LinkedIn Messenger. I did it. But LinkedIn Messenger, not everyone can message. Sometimes you cannot. Sometimes you have to subscribe email, right? So then cannot. But if I can get through the email, I will go through the email.
So you got 3 interviewers you send to
All 3.
one by one or all together?
I sent different email to 3 different people. I edit a bit because if not, sekali they compare it. Same words. edit here a bit. But yeah, like that. But sometimes I go through many stages, sometimes I go through 5 stages of interview just to get a job. Wow, I got no more words to say anymore. I don't know what to say. So I thought, okay lah, some of that I repeat a bit, but some of that I tweak a bit, change the words a bit. Because the things that you talk about will be different, from different manager to different manager, different, right? So yeah, so you tweak a bit lah. Don't sound so robotic, but sound sincere. Don't send one to all. No, don't do that. Okay, questions so far? So far you all been very good, So any question you always just ask me. You don't need to wait until the end of the day. Okay, then interview types, many interview types, Let me share. Structured interview is where some companies actually do that. They have a certain format where different level will ask different questions. This is to prevent repetition. Okay, so because sometimes you notice if you go for interview, first round, same question. Second round, same question. Just different people only, but same set of questions. But no, some companies they have structured interview. So they have okay, you ask this set of question, you hiring manager ask technical question, you HR go and ask what their personality or something like that. So they have different set of questions for different set of people. That's a structured interview. They already check that. Alright, so usually when they want to access the candidate fairly, they will use structured interview. Okay, if they require specific skills, right, they will tend to craft the interview question that they want to ask. Okay, so the interviewer cannot stray out of any question, they must follow the format, must follow the predetermined questions. Alright? So in that case, in that sense, every single candidate also they ask the same question, they can compare who is better. So that's why they use a structured interview. But if you ask me, I don't like it because I find it very rigid. Like I cannot ask my own question, I must follow format. So it's like very robotic interview. So I have had interviews where I actually do that. So not human like that. I feel like they just following script. Okay, so a lot of companies, and what I prefer is unstructured interview. So unstructured interview, usually no format. Alright? So you might get 3 level of interview, all 3 same question. because they don't follow script. So all three might be the same question. But the good thing is that it's like it's more casual, it's more relaxed. It's more the personality of the person interviewing you. Okay, so the hiring manager also get to ask the question that is important to them, not based on script. Okay? Alright, so yeah, sometimes they may have a few set of questions prepared, but it's quite casual, it can go either way. Sometimes they follow the script, and halfway through they decide, never mind, I just ask my own questions. Okay? So yeah, it's less intimidating, right? So sometimes they sit like this, instead of across the table, they will sit like this. I have one interviewer, very good. Last time I got one director in my previous company. Everyone interview like this. But he take his chair and will sit beside the participant like that and interview. And facing like that, facing like that. You know, they interview each other. Okay? Not because he's trying to get close to the girl, no, it's not because he wants to make it, okay, I want you to treat me like a friend. We're at the same level. So you're not opposite me, we're just talking like friend like that. So it makes the person very relaxed. Okay? Yeah, go for the most, right? Yeah, he's very good, very nice. I like him. Because I was going around looking at all the interview. Then I saw him and I was like, hey, what happened? Why is it like that? There it is, always his style of interview. Very good, very people person. Okay, phone interview. Phone interview are usually for screening interviews. First round. Who usually do phone interviews? Talent acquisition or recruiters. The recruitment department will do phone interview because they just want to screen. They have 50 people, 500 people applying for that one position. They shortlist to 20. Say, okay, this 20 will be my shortlisted applicant. But not all 20 will get to go to the interview because the hiring manager got no time to interview 20 people. So they do screening. They call. Hi, I'm calling from this company. I just want to ask you, did you apply for that position? Okay. So currently, what are you doing? Which company are you with? Alright. So how long is your notice period? Why are you looking out? You know, and how do you get to know about this position? So those kind of screening, they just want to shorten from that 20, shorten to maybe 5, so that the hiring manager only interview this 5. So screening interview, they go through the phone. Because it's not respectful also to ask all 20 to come down and then 15 don't get the job. Right? So we just want to screen off so that we can only shortlist 5. Okay? But if you ask me, I don't like phone interviews. I'm not good with the phone. Some people have very nice voice. I don't have a nice voice. So I saw pretty garang on phone, you know. So I feel like, phone interview is sure fun, you know. Like some people have very nice receptionist voice. You know, like, hi, hello, hi, this kind of thing. I don't have that kind of very nice voice. So to me, phone interviews are so difficult. Okay? Alright, so they are usually used by hiring managers and recruiters. Video interview became very popular during COVID, right? During pandemic, because no choice. Well, how else you want to interview? Every single interview of mine during COVID is online. Alright, so yeah, video interview used to be difficult for some people because especially our older generation, we're not used to video interview. So whenever we have to do video interview, we freeze up. How to say? We find it weird talking to a screen. But after COVID, everyone got used to it because they used to Zoom meetings and all that. Okay? Yeah, so video interview is useful, especially if the manager is not in the same country. Sometimes different country, different state. Doesn't make sense for them to fly over. Alright? Or, yeah, so usually that's the case when they do video interview. Alright? So hiring managers can conduct quickly, alright, can save transportation costs, and can start the interview running. So like this usually. Okay, so for the job seeker, it can be a little intimidating, especially if they're not used to talking on the screen. Or for me now, I'm very expert already because of Zoom, right? Because of pandemic, I will interview very nicely. Right, below I will wear shorts. Cannot see, right? You sit down, right? Cannot see, right? So you better don't stand up. This kind of interview. So it's very comfortable, you know, because you are wearing your home clothes, you know, you're very comfortable. So there was one time, sorry, I was interviewing online, right? And I was wearing shorts. But on top you wear jacket, nice, but below I wear shorts. Because I'm at home, right? And it's pandemic time, so okay, I wear shorts. Okay? And then my cat. My cat was like, meow, 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 wants to go out of the door. The door is locked like that. Because I interview, right? I locked the door. Yeah. quiet. She goes, meow, meow, meow. Then he jumped into my table, on my table, in front of the laptop, stepped on the laptop. So from the camera of the laptop, you can see now the cat walking like that. Then I was like, sorry, my cat, I gotta take the cat put down. The cat come up again. I was like, oh, this cat is really asking for it. I cannot get up, I'm very short. I cannot get up, you go to the door. So sorry. And all that. Okay, but anyway, I got the job. So the cat blessed me, I got the job. But it was that point in time, I was like, okay, next time I must wear pants. So, because you never know this kind of thing will happen, right? So yeah. So this kind of thing happened. So video interview, after a while, people get used to it. Behavioral interview, this is called BBI, behavioral based interview, where they want to gauge your behavior, your personality. Alright, so the company decide what skills they want to hire, so they will ask you questions which will determine your behavior. Okay, so usually they will ask traditional questions and you need to respond with examples. So later I'll share with you the traditional questions that you need to respond with examples. Alright, so later, when I share you the top 10 most common questions, the traditional questions, right? Then you know how to answer it. So at least you can prepare ahead of time. So BBI is mainly to check your personality and behavior. Okay. CBI, a competency-based interview. They want to check your competencies, whether you have the right competencies for the job. So usually who interview this? The hiring manager. Hiring manager is the one who run the CBI. So maybe BBI is used by HR, the interview you, but CBI will be by the hiring manager. So usually this question will require you to describe a problem, then ask how you handle the situation. Right? So they ask, oh, there was a situation where it was a last minute work and you didn't complete it, the job within 24 hours. What would you have done? Or something like that. So this kind of question is to evaluate the interviewee's mindset and to gauge how the interviewees handle certain situations. Case study interview. So case study interview usually is done at management trainees kind of situation. So what they will do is they will shortlist the top 10 management trainee. Then they say, okay, 5 of you get to one group here, 5 of you get to one group. I give you a case study. It's usually a business case study related to the business. Okay, how would you solve it? Right? Then they wait and then see how they discuss, give them 20 minutes to discuss and present. Then we see how they discuss, they present and all that. Alright, then they will present to us the answer. Okay, so usually when is this done? Alright, this is usually for management consulting, investment banking, management trainee. They will use case study interview. Okay? So there's no right answer. They just want to see how you come up with the answers. Actually, what they do when they're observing you, they are seeing how are you like in the team. Who is the leader? Who's the more outspoken one? Who's the one who takes the lead? Who's the brainiac, the one who thinks about the solution? It's how you react. And then when you present, I can tell you, some of the answers are really crap. Especially if you're the fresh grads, management trainees. They never worked before, they don't know how the organization is like. So sometimes the answers we see, we thought about it before, we did it, it doesn't work. But never, we won't say that. We just, okay. Then we probe them more questions. Okay? But actually we want to observe the behavior, and then we want to see how they answer our questions. That's what we're looking for. Not answers, they won't get the right answers anyway. It's not answers. Okay, so we also want to see how they interact with the interviewer and also the other participants. Right? That's what we're looking at. Okay, group and panel interview, what's the difference? Group interview is like just now. Right? You are given a case study, 5 people work on one case study, and then you present. That means a whole group get interviewed at one time. Right? Whereas a panel interview means one person is interviewed by 3 people. That's called a panel interview. Okay, I don't like panel interview because I find it difficult to concentrate when 3 people asking me different questions at the same time. Right? So I prefer one-to-one actually. Okay? So yes, so the difference in group interview is many candidates interview at the same time. Panel interview means many interviewers interviewing you at the same time. Interview questions. Right? So just now was a different type of interview, now it's interview questions. Wait, drink water. Interesting. Questions before I go to this? Okay. Very important. Interview questions. The top 10 interview questions. Every single company will sure ask you any of these 10 questions. Especially the first one. Tell me about yourself. How do you answer that? Okay, take a picture again. So what you can do is you can rehearse lah. You can rehearse this question because roughly they will ask this question. If they don't ask the first one, they will ask the second one. Okay? Alright, I show you a video of how you answer the first one. Okay, yeah? Instagram.
Respond when an interviewer says, tell me about yourself. Do not rehash your entire resume, your entire work history. They already have that. Here's what you're going to do. We're going to use the amazing WAT method, W-A-T. W, what you do, A, your achievements, and T, the tie into this role. So tell me about yourself. Sure, I'm a training and development leader with over 10 years of experience in the retail space. In my most recent role, I launched a brand new LMS program which increased employee training completion rates by over 60%. I know in this role you're looking for someone who is a results-driven builder who has launched programs from the ground up, which is exactly what I do, so I'm especially excited to discuss this role today. Here is the right way to respond when an interviewer says, tell me about yourself. Do not rehash your entire resume, your entire work history. They already have that. Here's what you're going to do. We're going to use the amazing WAT method, W-A-T. W, what you do, A, your achievements, and T, the tie into this role. So tell me about yourself. Sure, I'm a training and development leader with over 10 years of experience in the retail space. In my most recent role, I launched a brand new LMS program which increased employee training completion rates by over 60%. I know in this role you're looking for someone who is a results-driven builder who has launched programs from the ground up, which is exactly what I do, so I'm especially excited to discuss this role today. Here is the right way to respond when an interviewer says,
How to repeat. You get it?
Do you have to speak that fast?
No. Please don't speak that fast. She is trying to make it TikTok within 30 seconds. So yes. So you don't have to speak that fast, but the what? W-A-T, right? So what you do previously, A is your achievement. What's your achievement with that role, right? And T and how you tie in the what you used previously to what they are looking for. Okay? Right, all these links later I will share with you. Alright, so just now remember the first part I asked you to introduce yourself, right? Then tell me about yourself, what you're looking for and all that. Alright, how long do you all take to introduce yourself? Each person. Okay, some shorter, some longer. But average about 3 to 5 minutes around that. Right? So around that. So when they ask you this question, tell me about yourself. That is the amount of time you should take to introduce yourself. For 3 minutes. Maximum 5. Anything more than 5 is too long. Okay, so you learn how to summarize yourself within that 3 minutes. Preferably 3 minutes, just like. Because they're going to ask questions, then you're going to answer them. So 3 minutes is just nice. I have had situations where I interview someone, tell me about yourself. 15 minutes later, I'm still listening to you. 15 minutes, and I'm like, I can't even brush it because you keep on talking. I cannot even like, okay, stop. So that's too long, okay? And that it shows self-obsession with yourself, narcissistic behavior, because you're just interested about talking about yourself. So 3 minutes maximum. So learn how to concise your introduction to 3 minutes. So usually what do I talk about in these 3 minutes? I will talk about my role, like my previous job. I will talk about professional first one. What I do, like this, I know how I tie into the current, what they're looking for and all that. Then I like to include a bit of my personal self. Because, like I said, I do not want them to think of a robot who just work with me. I have a side of myself which I would like them to get to know. So I will talk a bit about my personal self. Not too personal, nothing that, you shouldn't, that you don't want to never tell anyone that you tell your interviewer, it doesn't make sense. right? So I like to be a bit funny. So what I did whenever I introduce myself about myself, I would say things like, okay, so I usually how I introduce myself is that I'm half of everything. Like I'm Singaporean, as you know, but I stay here, so we got a half Malaysian, and half Singaporean, half Malaysian. I said I'm half Chinese, half Malay, right? So you can see use of words. I am half introvert, extrovert, right? So I'm pretty extrovert, but I enjoy doing introvert things sometimes. I like to do extrovert things like adrenaline stuff and all that, sports. But then I also like to do internal things like board games, reading, watch Netflix. I also half man, half woman. As you can see, I'm fully woman, but I like boys, like skateboarding, like things like aikido, all those boy stuff. So yeah, so it's to me this kind of introduction is memorable and a bit funny lah, So at least they will remember me. So I will talk about my achievements, then I will talk a bit about myself. All within 3 minutes. So learn, craft answers in such a way that you get talk about yourself. How do you answer? Okay, what do you know about this company? This works if you had done your research yourself. The industry, you search about the job, you search about the interviewer and all that, right? Then you'll be able to answer this question easily. Okay? But usually, like I say, people don't ask this question anymore. Because if you live in a Google era where everyone can just Google answers. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Common question, right? Please don't go and say, I want to become a housewife in 5 years. I want to retire in 5 years. I want to, totally unrelated. You apply for this job and say, I want to be an entrepreneur in 5 years. Okay? Try to give a general answer, but relate it to your role. Like, for example, I like to say, 5 years I would like to be a head of department or something like that. Yes, some people actually say, 5 years I want to take over your job. Very daring. Depends on the interviewer. Some of them don't like these answers. Then you don't get a job. Some interviewers find it funny. Okay, but it's very daring. If you want to take the risk, go ahead. Alright, so try not to give this kind of answer if possible. Give a general answer like, I want to do something meaningful in my life, or I want to achieve achieve job satisfaction, or I want to be the head of a small department, or something like that, quite general. Okay. What are your strengths and weaknesses? Okay. Maximum 3 of each. Okay, you don't go and list so many strengths and 1 weakness. No, 3 of each maximum. Strength is easy, but don't make it seem like you're showing off. Weakness. Tricky. Don't say things like, oh, I like to sleep and wake up late. I like to eat. Don't say those things. It should be something that is weakness, but it can be seen as a strength. I can say something like, I'm a bit impatient. Because I'm impatient, I like to make sure that I do things on time. Or I like to do things myself because I just want to get it done. Something like that. So, but I'm working on it. Emphasize the fact I'm working on it, on my patience. So I've been, over the years, I've improved or something like that. Okay, so you can say, yes, I am like this. But this is something I realize is my shortcomings and I'm working on it.
I would say I procrastinate things.
Procrastinate. Yeah, I like to procrastinate things. You say like that, right? Okay, then you explain lah. But like why you like that procrastinate? Because sometimes I feel. How you put a positive spin on that? I like to procrastinate.
I work better last minute.
You work better last minute, right? Sure. Some people work like that. They work better last minute because if they take their time, they won't do as good a job. Yeah. So you can say that you put a positive spin on it. Okay. I asked someone before, very senior role, and everything about him good. I interviewed him, front to back, everything good. The last part I said, okay, what's your strengths and weaknesses? Well, he told me all about his strengths. I said, okay, what about your weaknesses? I don't think I have any. Wow, I tell you, I want to slap this. I don't think I have any. I said, oh, come on. I said, sure you have. There's no one who doesn't have any weakness. Maybe I'm too good to my team members. Yeah? That kind of arrogance. I'm too good lah. So maybe like they try to take advantage of me because I'm too good to them. I'm like, oh my god, what a lame weakness, you know. I said, oh, this kind of arrogance, I cannot take it. So in the end, how good he was also, he didn't get a job. Because other people also interviewed him, so they also 50-50 on things. I said, yeah, as much as I think he's qualified for the job, his personality, I question his personality lah. You know, he's not humble enough to admit that he has mistakes. You know, he has weaknesses. So don't ever say you don't have weakness, huh? Tell me more about your responsibilities in your previous position. This is easy. Why are you interested in working for us? Because you are the only one who call us. You're the only one who called me, is it? You cannot say like that, huh? So this is when all your research comes in, you know, uncut a bit, or because you're the number one in the industry or something like that, okay? Why do you want to leave your previous company? Okay, no matter what happened, do not badmouth your previous company. Okay, because what goes around comes around. And sometimes who knows, he knows your boss, your previous boss. So these things you don't ever badmouth your company. Okay, like for example, I left Casa. Actually, yeah, I mean, even though I was laid off, I tell you frankly, I didn't want to leave, but it was a laid off, retrenchment exercise. A lot of people were laid off, including me. So it's a matter of fact thing. But I did add on the fact that I don't have any grudges against them. I have a very good relationship with all my, with my bosses and all that. So yeah, it's a shame that it comes to this, but no hard feelings. But it's the truth, that's how I feel. Okay? So yes. So don't ever badmouth your company, yeah? No matter what. Why should we hire you? Because I don't know. Ask Mike. Can open the window. Reda.
Regarding question number 7, okay. 7 specifically mentions why do you want to leave. So that is if you choose to leave. But what about if you're fired? So
it's not lay off, we're fired.
Not lay off, like singly fired. Singly got fired, the rest get their jobs. So how can we because for the interviewer definitely if you mention you're being fired, so that means the impression was that the interviewer said, oh, something is wrong with this guy, that's why he got fired. But the thing is, how can we defend ourselves?
Don't mention you got fired. Alright, mention that white lie, say things like, okay, I'm looking for better job opportunities, or the job fit doesn't really fit me, the culture doesn't really fit me, or something like that, in general. Okay, because sorry like to say, if you say you're fired, it's very difficult for you to get a job.
But let's say we said what you said, okay? And then they did some kind of background check. They found out that I was fired.
Yep.
So
the background check is usually based on your referee. You don't give your referee who's the previous company lah. You give your referee who's you're in good terms with. Alright, so usually how thorough is the background check? If you're a very high position, they will do a thorough background check. Maybe even get the private investigator to investigate. But if usually they won't do such a thorough background check, what they will do is just reference check. You give the 2 or 3 names, they will call them those 2 or 3 names. Okay? So sorry to say that, but if you say that you are fired, it's a red flag. And then the recruiter will start thinking. So maybe it's not your fault that you're fired. So, yeah. But if you're too honest, then it might be difficult to get a job. So just say that, oh, the company culture doesn't fit. See, HR are teaching you all the right things.
I will do that.
Yeah. It's just true, right? That's why you in the end you end up wrong with the company, right? Yeah. Ask.
Just now, earlier on when I introduced myself, I mentioned about forced retirement from one of the college where it was a forced retirement, not voluntary retirement. And I think I did mention because of their financial problem situation and situation that they had to let go. So is that bad mouthing?
No, but it doesn't put the company, it doesn't put you in a good light. If you had said the company had financial problems, then the onus won't be on you, it will be on the company that's not in a good light. So if you had said, okay, how I would word it, I would say, oh, okay, so there was a situation where the company wasn't in a good financial situation, and I choose to take the VSS or the mutual, the MSS or the VSS, or something like that. So then because they are going to question, then why are you still looking for a job now? You retire already, right? So don't ever say forced retirement like that. Yeah. So yeah, try not to make it like the reason why you're out of job is because of yourself. Right? So like in the layoff thing, with my situation, I was honest to all my employers and yeah, you know, fuck startups, you know, they're pretty unstable. So there was a financial situation and they had to do a layoff and I was back down. That's a matter of fact kind of thing. Okay, so don't some people when they're laid off and all that or they're fired, they didn't even put it in their resume. Because they don't want people to ask for it. They didn't even put it in their resume. Especially if it's short 3 months kind of thing, don't put it in their resume. Asing faster, Mike.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Do companies have the right to ask for your termination letter or your resignation letter?
No such thing.
Okay,
First, you don't mention you found out. So there's no need for letter. Usually they don't even ask resignation letter, all this letter, you know. I think HR very free, is it? They got a lot of candidates. They would do, I tell you, at most what most companies will do is they will just do a background check. How? Through the referees that you refer them to. Okay? And then they will go through, that's the most that they will do. If for whatever reason they doubt you, then they will use their connection. They either call the company or they will use their connection and ask about this person, no, the company. But if they don't have any cause to be suspicious of you, they will not do that. Usually they will just call the reference check. Okay, I've joined many companies and I can tell you their reference check is not good. Right? Only this company that I joined, wow, the reference check is so thorough. But other than that, right, rarely I encounter companies who do a very thorough reference check.
How about when the HR asks for our employment letter or the employment contract from the previous job?
No, usually they ask for payslip.
Oh, but there has been, not to me, but to my previous staff, because she asked me whether I had a copy of her employment contract because the company that she was applying for is registered for it.
No.
So I just...
Unless she didn't join this company long enough, they don't have enough payslip, don't have 3 months payslip, then they might ask for the employment letter to make up for the lack of 3 months payslip. Another situation I can think of is they don't even have an offer letter format, so they need your previous company to actually follow the format. But unlikely lah. I never heard of it.
Yeah, that was surprised.
So the rest of you, have you ever experienced that? They ask for your offer letter?
No.
Alright, payslip usually, right?
Basically, yeah, but we are not obliged, are we?
Yeah, you're not obliged also to give. So sorry, that is like, oh, that was offered maybe a year ago. You know, it's no longer relevant now. Just look at my appointment. Or maybe they want to see the terms of contract. Maybe your staff said, oh, she's a full-time staff. They want to make sure that she's a full-time staff, not a contract staff. But even then, no excuse. And she don't need to give. Or she call you. If she wants more information, she can call it.
So we are not obliged to give them a payslip, right?
That one, yes, you have to. In Singapore law. In Malaysia law.
If the contract is not extended, right? If they do not give you a new contract, you can just say that the company culture doesn't same answer as fired.
Yes. Sorry, if the contract was not renewed.
Yes.
Actually, it's okay if the contract is not renewed.
So
You can say the contract is not renewed, or you can say that, oh, it was only a 1-year contract. They didn't have intention to renew it or something like that. Yeah. So it's okay. That is a pretty okay reason. It's a normal industry for contract to not renew. Is it? Are we obliged to give our pay slip? The thing is, actually, the real answer is no. You are not obliged to give. But then, it's difficult for them to justify the salary that you're asking for. You see, for example, if you're asking for 30% of your salary, 30% from your previous salary. How do you know what's your previous salary like? Okay, so, yeah, like for me, I wanted to hire this person. He's learning and development manager. He has been doing freelance for many years. His last full-time job was 10 years ago already. Okay? So, he doesn't have any payslip. Alright? So I said, okay, you do freelance, you don't have payslip, then show me your bank statement, the incoming, the deposit. Yeah? Because when you do freelance, you get paid, right? The deposit, then I can know roughly how much you pay every month, then I can average out. Even though he couldn't provide me, he showed me some payslip where some bank statement where it has a few months incoming, but then that was also like 3 years ago kind of thing. There wasn't a consistent flow of income like that. So I'm like, so in the end, we made a decision, okay, hire him. We based his salary on his previous salary 10 years ago, times 30%. Because I cannot base on the most recent salary. And freelance is sometimes you got a lot, sometimes you get very little. So it's very difficult to average out because you cannot prove. So the reason I think why they ask for payslip is because they need to justify that increment from the previous salary. So if you don't give, it's very difficult for them to that how much they're going to pay you.
I think we can just show and not give a copy.
That also you can if you want.
Yeah, because sometimes they do request via email a copy of the payslip, and I don't think we are obliged to do that.
But most of the time nowadays it's all through email. So yeah, I also don't agree with this practice. I told you this from the start, right? I prefer not to share payslip. But I don't know why it's like this. Right? In Singapore, I never heard of such a thing. Foreign countries also, it's illegal to request payslip, from the previous company because you should be paid on the existing role, not the previous role. Right? Okay. Why do you want to leave? Why should we hire you? Okay. Tell me about the time when you come across an obstacle overcoming. I think if you have all your stories, it should be easier. What's your proudest achievement? Again, based on your stories. That's why I say all the stories are very important because when it comes to this kind of question, at least you're straight away able to answer it. Okay. Non-traditional interview questions. Okay. Sometimes the interviewer interviews so many people, by the 10th interviewee, they get very fed up already. So they start throwing all these rubbish questions. Right? Tell me what time you treated unfairly at work and what were the results. That is to actually gauge how you handle this kind of situation. Right? So something like behavior-based also. Okay? So think about it, how you answer this kind of question. If you start whining and complaining about how your previous company ill-treated you and all that, it's not a good image. Try to be positive. What's the most adventurous or riskiest thing you ever done? Again, this is just to throw you off a bit. See how you answer questions. If you could be any superhero for a day, who would you be? Right? So I got a daughter. She's 21 this year. So she went for internship. She need to go for internship. So she need to do a resume. So I did a resume for her. Then she need to go for interview, right? So she doesn't know how to do. So I said, okay, let me run through this. Since I teach this, let me run through with you. So I said, okay, so what if we ask you this question? If you could be any superhero for a day, what would you be? In fact, I don't even know any answer now. I don't even like any superheroes. And then she said, I think I want to be you, Mom. Wow, I tell you, cannot sleep. Wow, your answer are so good. I never thought of it. So yeah, so think a bit out of the box. If you could be any superhero, we start to think about Wonder Woman, Captain America. This kind. But superhero need not be this kind of characters. Right? It could be someone in your life, right? So yeah. So I was like, hey, yeah, I never thought of it. Yeah, good answer. Okay, what would I find in your refrigerator right now? Hopefully not a dead body. Right, so this is something, again, just to be creative, just want to see how you answer the question. What's the first 3 things you do at work in the morning? Okay, that's non-traditional questions. Okay, all this doesn't mean you have to have answers to that because this question rarely asked. Okay, compared to this one is mostly asked, but this one rarely asked. But just for fun, just start thinking about it. How would you answer this kind of question in case you can answer this question?
Sabrina, can we just have a stop here and then go for tea because it's 4:30 and I think they need to pack up.
Oh,
Okay?
okay.
But we are not allowed to read the food.
there we go. We'll break
Just have a quick minutes. Then we have 1 hour more, about 45 minutes more.
Yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I have a break more. Yeah, let's do a short 10 minutes break. Come back at 5:40.
Because of the company, we took company. So we have to understand the background, research the company before. Are you interested in For which one? For the Microsoft.
Okay. Okay, behavioral interview questions. These are example of behavioral interview questions. Give an example when your occasion when you use logic to solve problems. Okay, so to see whether you're logical. Set. Give an example of goal you reach and tell me how you achieve it. Okay, this is about your whether you are able to achieve KPI, how you achieve it. Example of goal you didn't meet and how you handle it. How you handle disappointment. Okay, describe a stressful situation at work and how you handle it. Tell me how you work effectively under pressure. So these are the kind of KPI questions that you will ask. Right? So if you have situations that you have gone through before, start to dig back about all the previous work. Oh yeah, when this situation happened, what you learned from it. Alright, what is the takeaway you have from it, those kind of things. Oh yeah, for fun.
Can you give
Not ready to
give an example how to answer?
Okay. Shan.
How you work effectively under pressure?
Okay. So, of course, my work experience is different from your work experience. Right? You can talk about a deadline which is shortened, like for example, initially they give you 1 month, then suddenly they shorten it to 2 weeks. You're supposed to achieve in 2 weeks. How do you handle pressure? Maybe you rally everyone together, together achieve one goal or something like that. So it could also be a personal example, but then it won't be as effective as the work example. So you try to think of situation when you're in that situation when the deadline was shortened. Or pressured because maybe the people left the organization and then you only left one person to handle the job or something like that. So those kind of things. So start thinking about the times when you were in this project, what you learned from it, how you can apply it to all these answers. Okay? All these questions. Alright, next. Thinking interview question. Wow, I love this. How many childcare centers are there in Malaysia? Okay. Why they ask thinking interview question? It's because they want to see how you think, not because they really want to know how many childcares are there in Malaysia. You think they care? So they don't care. They want to see how you think. You know who like to ask this kind of question? Google like to ask this kind of question. Last time, Google loved to ask this kind of question. Until they cannot complain. Because they say, hey, the kind of questions that you ask is like, cannot answer kind of questions. So difficult. So they stop asking this kind of questions. But this is the kind of question they like to ask because they hire IT people, right? So they want to see how these people think. So how do you answer this question? Okay. There are about 32 million Malaysians population. Actually now 35 million lah. Okay, just assume okay lah. I think there's about 32 million. Alright. Given that the amount of women and female and versus male in Malaysia is about the same, right? 50-50. So there's maybe about 16 million women lah. Alright, out of 16 million women, not all of them are childbearing age. Some of them are old, some of them are young. Not everyone are childbearing age lah. So maybe, okay lah, let's put 25% of them are childbearing age. Let's give a percentage, okay? So there's only 4 million fertile women in Malaysia. Okay? So given that, the birth rate is 1.9, which is about 2. So every woman gives birth to 2 kids, then there's about 8 million kids. Alright, out of these 8 million kids, not everyone was sent to childcare. Because some of them got parents taking care of the grandparents taking care, some of them got maids, some of them got nanny. So yeah, so maybe half of them lah. Okay, let's say half of them sent to childcare. That's about 4 million people, 4 million kids. Right? So given that each childcare can take about 100 children, so you divide 4 million by 100 children, okay lah, there are 40,000 childcare centers in Malaysia. Is the answer correct? I also don't know. You can Google if you want, check with the SSM there and check the childcare centers. But then, they just want to see how you think. They want to see your flow of thoughts. So when they ask this kind of question, it's because they just want to see your flow of thoughts. Your answer need not be correct, but they want to see how you deduce their answer. So say for this kind of question, how many hours will it take you to drive to China? I also don't know. Then you fake it until you make it lah. Oh, okay, from here to Thailand, about 500 kilometers. Then the whole of Thailand, how far? Then they know. Yeah, this one they want to see a geography. Okay. Why is the manhole cover round? You know the hole on the road? Yeah. Why is it round? I cannot ask this question before. Okay, when I go earlier years when I was younger, I go for this interview. But luckily I know the answers. Okay, why? The round manhole cover cannot fall through because it's circular. If it's square, you put a different angle, it might fall through. But if it's a circle, no matter how you put it, it won't fall through. Okay? Another reason is because this is so heavy. If it's circle, you can roll, put it. If it's square, how to roll? So yes, that's the reason. Another reason, the flatness, to ensure flatness, circular cover don't need to be rotated to align around my home. A lot of reasons, okay? You can Google it. Why is that manhole covers round? So I got this question before, and I got it right. How do they get an M on M&Ms? Actually, I also don't know. Take one creative answer, maybe Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse, or something like that. YM, you know, something like that. Okay, a frog is at the bottom of a 30-meter well. Each day he summons enough energy for 1 3-meter leap up the wall. Exhausted, he hangs for there for the rest of the day. At night, while he's asleep, he slips 2 meters backwards. How many days will it take for him to escape from the well? Okay, firstly, this is a mathematical question. If I get this question, I say, can I have a paper and a pen? Paper and pencil, so that I can do my maths, my Singapore maths. But also, they never say you cannot ask question. They ask you question, you ask. Okay, like for example, if they ask you this question, how many childcare centers? Okay, you can refer back and ask them. Okay, so you're talking about childcare centers for infant or children, or you're talking about including East Malaysia. So you can actually ask question. The purpose of you asking back is to get clarity and also to buy time. So you start thinking, okay, how to answer the question, how, okay. Alright, so yeah, so you can always ask questions back. It doesn't have to be one way. So this kind of question is a maths question. Right? So that's when I will ask for a piece of paper and a pen and I'll calculate. Right? Same like this. I have 2 bottles of water. One is 5 liter, one is 3 liter. How do you measure 4 liters of water using only a 3 liter bottle and a 5 liter bottle? This one is maths. So first you fill the whole 3 liter bottle of water with water. And then you pour this 3 liter into the 5 liter. And then you go and fill up this 3 liter again. Then you pour into the 5 liter again. So what is left inside here? 1 liter, right? So 1 liter. Okay, then you throw away all the water from the 5 liter. Then you pour the 3 liter of water in the 1 liter of water into here. Then you fill up the whole 3 liter of water again. Then you pour the 3 liter of water into here. So now inside here got 4 liter. So yeah, if you really imagine how it works. Okay, the other question. Farmer's dilemma. She got a fox, a stray, a straw, hay, and a sheep. He need to move this tree to here. The problem is, if he leaves the fox and the sheep, the fox will eat the sheep. If he leaves the hay and the sheep, then the sheep will eat the hay. So how? So first, he bring the sheep over to B, from A to B. Then he left the sheep there. He go back, he go and take the hay. Then he leave the hay here. But he need to take the sheep back, because otherwise the sheep will eat the hay. Right, so bring it back to A, then take the fox to B. And leave the fox here, because the fox won't eat the hay. Then go back to the sheep, and then bring the sheep, and that's how you actually bring all of them together. So this kind of question, you must really, really use your common sense. But it's fun to hear this kind of questions. Okay? Alright, just now remember I said, at the end of the interview, they will always say, do you have any questions for me? I said, you don't ever say, no, I don't. Because that seems that you are not interested. So choose your best 3 questions that you will always ask. Okay, I always ask these questions. So my favorite among this is, what type of person would most likely succeed in this role? In other words, I'm asking what type of person you're looking for. You know, do I fit the bill? So I always say, okay, what kind of person would succeed in this role? Then they will explain to me what kind of person, then I see whether I fit the bill or not. So roughly from there, I know whether I got the job. Another question I like to ask, if your person has been long in the company, I like to ask, you've been here for 5 years. What's your biggest challenge in joining this company? I said, in these 5 years. Because I want to see, you know, what before I join the company, what can I expect? Okay? So ask any of these 3 questions. Right? So what you do is you try to find the best 3, and then when they ask you, do you have any questions for me? These are the questions that you can ask. hard question you cannot ask. Personal questions. Okay, please don't go and see the woman there and say, oh, so when are you due? Sekali she said, I'm not pregnant. I'm just fat, huh? Huh? Embarrassing, right? Personal questions cannot ask. Okay, just don't assume. Discriminatory question. I got one, last time one GM go and ask this interviewee, oh, so what does your father do? Your father Dato ah? Oh, so you're not kaya lah. Those kind of, I was like, oh my god, can you not ask this kind of question? It's very discriminatory, you cannot ask. Okay? I've also had questions where they say, you Muslim, right? So Friday you have to go for Friday prayers. Oh, and I was like, yo, how could you ask? Cannot ask. This thing, make it big, front page of the newspaper, you know. So this kind of question you cannot ask. Okay? So there are some hiring managers, they don't attend proper training, that's what happened, and they ask all these questions. I personally was asked a very, very sensitive question when I was younger. Okay, that time I was very young. It was like one of my first few jobs. I haven't even got married yet. I was going to get married in 6 months' time. So I was interviewing, and my manager was a male, asked me, Sabrina, you're going to get married in 6 months' time, right? I said, yeah. So you're going to get pregnant? I was like, okay, I don't know how to answer this question. Because I was like, I also don't know. I didn't plan. But why are you asking me this such a personal question? Oh, I got a good reason. She said, his department got 3 female. All 3 of them decided to get pregnant at the same time. And all of them went on maternity leave at the same time. So suddenly his department is short-handed. So he told me that, so if you join the department, I want to make sure that it doesn't clash again. So we later all the maternity leave at the same time. I said, okay, thank you. So next time when I want to have a child, I consult you first. Right. So yes, very intrusive. You cannot ask this kind of question. Alright, so be careful. I always tell managers, don't ask this kind of question. Okay, so you don't ask personal or discriminatory question to the interviewer. Okay? When do I start? Well, assuming you get a job. When do I start? Okay, don't ask this kind of question. Unless very sure, confirm you get a job. Confirm. Then you ask. By the way, may I ask, when will I be starting the job? But likely they will ask you now, how long is your notice period? When will you join? How much will I be getting? Okay, later I come to this, huh? Can I finish work exactly on time? It doesn't look good. It looks like you are like just want to work 9 to 5 and then finish work exactly. Right? I know maybe you're like that, I don't need to ask lah. So you can ask instead, how's the culture of the company? Alright? It's like, I want to manage my expectation when it comes to my workload and all that. Do you need to do a lot of overtime? Ask the other way around, not can I finish work on time? How much will I be getting? Don't ask this kind of question. Okay, even though you're dying to know the salary, don't ask unless you're very sure you're going to get a job. Then salary negotiation will start. So usually first interview you don't have salary negotiation, right? Usually second or third when you're confirmed getting the job, likely not you ask, the recruiter will ask, what's your salary range? What is your salary expectations? Okay. So that's when, how do you answer this? Okay. Instagram video.
Answer one of the trickiest job interview questions. What are your salary expectations?
Great, so we just have one last question for you here. What are your salary expectations? I don't know, don't care. Well, I make $45,000 a year now, so anything better than that would be great. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd get like $60,000 a year. Stop, don't answer this question directly. This question is tricky. If you say too low of a number, you risk them lowballing you. And if you say too high of a number, you can risk them writing you off as too expensive. Try this. Great, so we just have one last question for you here. What are your salary expectations for this role? Thank you so much for bringing that up. I would love to know the approved salary range for the position. Oh, well, we don't really have a set range, it depends on the candidate. Got it. Well, my salary range is flexible, but I'd like to learn more about the specifics of the role before giving out a solid number. Well, could you just give me a range? I just need to note it here. Well, I can tell you that I'm currently interviewing for roles that are in the 65 to 95K range, and I'm flexible in salary depending on other elements of the compensation package. You got this! Follow for more.
How to answer one of
What's the IG? What's the IG? She speaks too fast.
Great, so we just have one last question for you here. What are your salary expectations? I don't know, don't care. Well, I make $45,000 a year now, so anything better than that would be great. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd get like $60,000 a year. Stop. Don't answer this question directly. This question is tricky. If you say too low of a number, you risk them lowballing you. And if you say too high of a number, you can risk them writing you off as too expensive. Try this. Great, so we just have one last question for you here. What are your salary expectations for this role? Thank you so much for bringing that up. I would love to know the approved salary range for the position. Oh, well, we don't really have a set range, it depends on the candidate. Got it. Well, my salary range is flexible, but I'd like to learn more about the specifics of the role before giving out a solid number. Well, could you just give me a range? I just need to note it here. Well, I can tell you that I'm currently interviewing for roles that are in the 65 to 95K range, and I'm flexible in salary depending on other elements of the compensation package. You got this! Follow for more.
Okay? Alright, so don't give them an answer. Instead, you give them a range. Okay? Say that, oh, I'm interviewing for roles that as a registration reservation. Those are per year, not per month, not 65K per month. It's per year. Okay? So yeah, so if they ask you, that's how you answer the question. Okay? Alright. Huh?
There are some interviewers who ask specifically, what was your last drawn salary?
That's why you do the basic thing and share lah. If they ask, then you have to share lah. That's based on your basic and all that, right? You can choose not to share lah, but like I say, then it's difficult for them to benchmark your next salary because it's usually 20 to 30% based on your previous salary. So, in Malaysia context, share lah. Oh, I thought you have questions. Okay? Okay. So yeah, so salary negotiation is difficult. Don't start immediately towards the end. Usually, when you really confirm get a job, then you have salary negotiation. Okay. 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 These are all the links for resume, interviewing skills, job search. Okay. There is. Okay, these two I want to share. Okay. There is a hidden job market in AI, in LinkedIn. No point in that picture, this also no point, the link is all hidden. I will share with you. Okay, tips, hidden job market in LinkedIn. Sorry. Okay.
Hashtag hiring and in quotations, type the name of the role you're looking for. The jobs. Here's how to find a hidden job market. Go to LinkedIn and in the search bar, type in hashtag hiring and in quotations, type the name of the role you're looking for. Go through the posts and then you'll see a list of people who are hiring for the roles that you want, and what's best is you'll have direct contact to someone hiring for that role or someone in contact with the hiring team for that role. Follow for more. Stop only applying to jobs on LinkedIn Jobs. Here's how to find a hidden job market. Go to LinkedIn and in the search bar, type in hashtag hiring and in quotations, type the name of the role you're looking for. Go through the posts and then you'll see a list of people who are hiring for the roles that you want, and what's best is you'll have direct contact to someone hiring for that role or someone in contact with the hiring team for that role. Follow from.
Okay, so do not type, because usually LinkedIn got one option for jobs, right? I tell you, I've never had a job through that link. Okay, so this might be a better way because they have the list of jobs that are advertised by these recruiters here, right? Or like the people on LinkedIn, okay, which sometimes is not advertised under jobs. Okay, the other one is you can use this app.
using Indeed and LinkedIn, that was so 2023. Welcome to the future of job hunting. This AI tool totally automates your job search. You just upload your CV, pick the types of jobs you want, click start, and boom, it applies jobs on your behalf every single day. No more endless scrolling or clicking apply till your fingers hurt. It does all the heavy lifting for you, whether it's finding recruiters' emails or sending out personalized messages. And get this, it even helps you optimize your CV. It's like having a personal job assistant, but without the awkward small talk. The name of the website is loopcv.pro, and you can totally automate your job hunting using this amazing AI tool. Are you still job hunting using Indeed and LinkedIn? That was...
Okay, so it's called loopcv.pro. Okay, what you do is that you upload your resume, then they will apply for your job every day, right? How many jobs every day, different website and all that. Okay, but need to pay lah. It's not free. Okay, maybe the first one is free, then after that it's not. Okay, so if you look at the pricing, it's still okay lah. Even though it's in pounds, you see like Premier Looper is about 60, 70 ringgit around that. But up to 50 job search per month, up to 300 application emails per month, 20 job boards per month. That means they will automatically apply for you. You do not have to send like that. Okay, so you just upload your CV, then follow step by step, then they will send for you. So it's actually quite time saving also. We don't have to actually apply. But I don't know in terms of context, like Malaysian jobs, where they actually allow you to choose, like okay, which country, what position. Alright, so they will only apply at Malaysian jobs and all that. I don't know whether like, this is very westernized, then they only apply for American jobs and kind of thing. So you try it out yourself and then you tell me. Okay? But yeah, so there's many links here which I'm going to share with you. Right? So that you will learn learn some of the things like how to use AI, how to do cold emailing, some articles, what happened when you're ghosted, why is it so hard to hire senior women, those kind of things. Okay? Alright, the opportunities don't happen, you have to create them. So job search is not easy, it's a constant grind. You always have to try and don't give up. And sometimes it gets you down because you'll be like, and nothing, no one replies to me. So you always have to try. It's very difficult to get yourself down. So sometimes maybe it's good to network like this. You all motivate each other. All I can say is that from my experience, Malaysia is not that ageist compared to maybe Singapore or Indonesia. Okay, 40 plus. In Singapore, 40 plus considered old. I have friends my age, 40 plus, who cannot get jobs, especially very senior position, cannot get jobs. Okay? My friends in Indonesia, who's the same, about 40 plus, cannot get jobs. In Malaysia, I still have friends who are in their 50s getting jobs, full-time jobs and all that. So it's not as bad as other countries. We're still not that ageist, and you also need to look at how you sell yourself, not just your resume or interview, not just your resume interviewing skills, but also things like using tools like AI and all that to help you find jobs. Okay, what are the benefits of, you guys who are doing freelance, who are available for jobs now? You can start immediately. That's one way to sell yourself. So if they ask question, why should we hire you? Say, okay, I can start immediately because I don't have to give notice period, right? So that's it. And another good thing about you guys is that you have career breaks. You have been there, done that. You've gone through that stage of life. So you can convince them that I have taken the career breaks that I need. So from now on, I can just concentrate on this role. Maybe if you take a younger person, they haven't gone through that stage of life yet, but they will go through and they will take a career break also. So I have gone through that stage, and now I'm at this stage where I can just focus on the existing role. So just find innovative ways of how you twist it in such a way that you can sell yourself to the potential employers. Okay? Alright, so I wish you all good luck. Thank you for attending the session. Alright, I hope, can you do a bit of poll for me? Just scan the code and then do a bit of poll, and then we finish, we'll be done, and take from there.
You can answer the question later, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, do you agree that we have learned a lot from Sabrina today? We have learned a lot from Sabrina today. Let's give her a big hand, and thank you very much. It's very hard to get her, now she's got a full-time job. So I'm very glad you all can come. So on behalf of all of us, we'll have a little gift for you. And maybe we can all okay, maybe we can all take a photograph. Those of us who are here. Thank you for staying till the end.
Yeah. After that, you do the emoji.
Yeah. Then we clear the room. You can help me to take all the bottles out and throw them.
No, I think the picture first.
Yeah. Yeah. Picture first.
You taking it?
Okay, come forward. You want to take a picture? Very shy.
Unless you move this side.
No, just turn off the computer.
Or the surround the front lah, so that the light is not.
Already come.
Sharon, you go in now, Sharon.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
One, two, smile. One more. One.
Okay, busy one.
Yeah, take.
Okay,
Start.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you want to do an action? This is your chance. 3, 2, 1, action. 3, 2, 1, action.
Okay. Selfie.
Okay.
Selfie. We have selfie. So many people. Okay, yeah. My hand long enough. Squeeze.
Cannot see.
Hey, where's the rest? 1, 2, go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
Yeah, on the way up, please help to clear all the
Okay. Okay, do help me fill out the evaluation form. All managed to scan this up?
No.
No.
It's not right about the resume.
Sorry. Let me just clear that. Alright, sorry, that one, skip on that question. Hold on.
Scan.
Something that was come back to so much food. Hold on, let me just find that question.
Is this your? Oh, I think this is.
Okay, so it's about learning effectiveness. Okay, not yet.
What a souvenir you welcome to keep. If you want it, just give it back to me. Yeah, recycle, yes.
Okay, so start with the
Sure, you can take it if you want. Okay, no problem. Yeah. I don't want this pass to land on to the landfill. Yeah, go do it. You want to pick your name, you can pick.
Can you go to the next screen?
Apa? Lemon? How did you come?
Couldn't scan. I couldn't scan it just now. The link.
The pole is something wrong.
Just
need
need
to fix it.
yes.
Okay, because of this, I think this one is
She don't take train because she got the luggage and all that. That's why she said she grabbed just now. I thought she take train.
Okay, so you go to Mentee, then you go 898145. 818945. Go Mentee.com. This is for you.
You can text to me. Sabrina, you can text to me and I send the email. Okay lah, you can just email.
So you treat. Okay, can?
So
next one.